brother was having
No worries
Pardon.
then.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
They said
already
they'll pop in if they can. So
Cool. All right, we are live.
Excellent. I'm just going to quickly move Az's token
Open up my
to.
sheet.
Do the you're off over here drunk as fuck level or replacement.
There we go. All right. Welcome back, everyone, to Into the Wildlands. Good evening. I'm your DM, Miser Mark, and also like to welcome back Tyrion and Mavis.
Hello.
Back from theirs. Congratulations, and many other things. Whew, okay, so quick recap for those that were not available, and also we'll be unfortunately missing our Arizel for on and off if she can make him back. Pending, who knows, but show must go on. Now, recap. Short RP session, give or take. Group still relaxing or at least recovering from their thralls of the victory and also preparing to at least get some downtime after not only handling a dungeon, an undersea dungeon, in fact, entering enemy territory, fighting cultists of the stars, as well as a criminal organization of the Red Fox, and other terrible horrors, as well as having a conversation with Sir Richard, who by most public only knew him as Sir Raid, but after that conclusion and many other things, it's basically time for some downtime to recover and relax. So, group have a little ribbing at each other, talking to each other, learning some surprising revelations of their new companion Binge, their follower. The man being a married man. And Aria decided to make contact with Binge's world's equivalent to the Earth Goddess. Did not pan out so well, and got a foreboding message. During that time, there was also some more ribbing, jibing talks here and there. Revelation of something called the Hell Stew, which Binge seems to not only have wanted to taste again, but remember the recipe. Some minor hijinks here and there, but again, the night still quite young or old, depending to some. And now we open the curtains once again to session 48 of Into the Wildlands. And for all people's listeners, note I am probably falling a little bit sick, so I do apologize if you hear me coughing a little bit. But again, as I said, the show must go on. So let us make a quick focus over, as the group are still talking to each other, to a certain dragon turned kobold by curse or force into that form, talking to one of his older, or rather the runt of the surviving tribe of the Azure Blades.
He looks Arcanos up and down as I'm sure he just like stumbled in. What happened to you?
Weird creatures. A little bit rusty.
We'll work through that. How are you feeling?
Angry.
Good.
Also lamenting.
You went through something that would break the majority of kobolds, and you're still standing. That's admirable. He looks at the party. Everyone. I don't know if I've actually truly introduced you. This is Arcanos, the Brave, from my old clan.
The particular kobold, although not wearing a stick anymore. He's actually holding a glaive. Gives you all a curt nod. And some of you had encountered this little kobold running down in the underground pathways, stabbing the living daylights out of most of the enemies.
Yeah. I believe we introduced ourselves on the ship, or was that? No, I guess that wasn't. Anyway, I did notice the resemblance. Is that You know what? He did pretty well. I'm not even going to be all horrible like I usually am.
Good. If you insulted his fighting, you insulted my training.
Oh no, not his fighting. He did quite well. I was really impressed.
Oh, is it the sense of direction?
No, I was going to insult you, Karen, and that's
That's
the harassment thing.
that's
I do.
usual. Yeah.
Yes. I've decided not to do that for once.
Oh.
Mostly, I think it's the alcohol. So don't read too much into it, okay?
You always drink.
Except
And she really, she actually hasn't been drinking nearly as much as she usually does. Yeah, that's the problem. I'm probably not drinking enough. I'm going to go back to doing that.
another dwarf passes by and gives you more the dwarf fire whiskey.
Oh, thank you.
Yep.
I ordered that.
Gives everyone around. Just remember, you guys are more or less the heroes, or however you call yourselves. You did help liberate our Stormforge. So, cheers. He drinks, even though he's still serving. And the one that's doing that, which I just didn't feel like moving the token, but it was
No worries.
yeah.
Ha, Ragnus Cade. Got it. He's gonna turn to Orkanos, see the drink in his hand. I know you've been living on a ship, but have you had alcohol? We didn't make it in the cave.
No, they're not. Smells different.
It's tingly. Just don't drink too much, or you'll end up eating a golem.
I feel like there's a story I need to be told.
You were there.
Oh, right. Made the gun.
Takes a sip. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna Jeeves, roll me a d20.
Ha.
Tyrion, roll me a d20.
18, whole shit.
All right, he takes a sip. Spicy, tingly. Yes. Just takes a very slow sip. Then, of course, he also points to the direction of Zadari, who you know is the daughter of Antonio. And Oshios goes, temporary leader while I was not myself. Took care of me. And points to all the... He's still bandaged up, but he removes one of the bandages, which Tyrion, you don't need to roll anything for this, but you can tell these were burnt marks or burned scars that any kobold that took a fireball literally to the face would... They're third-degree burns.
Ah. He's gonna look at that and just kind of nod. You look even more like me now.
slightly conflicted.
It changes you. But hopefully, given your namesake, you'll use it to get stronger and not weaker.
Of course, I... Can we bring back the tribe?
Always. I have met a tribe of our color kobold on the island. He taps the horn, missing a certain feature, though.
Hmm.
And I will be fighting alongside them in... Looks at Syndra and Adria. How long?
Hold on. Let me put her back.
Be about 2 or 3 weeks now.
It would be 5 weeks from now.
Oh, okay.
Been a while.
If you like, I could introduce you to them.
Roll me a persuasion at advantage.
Oh, okay. 13.
You see there's a slight internal conflict as Oceanos looks toward the direction of Zadari, looks back at you, looks back at them, and then finally looks back at you. I will be honored. First, I must ask the one that I owe debt to wait, or at least let them know I found family again.
Absolutely. Blade dancers do not hold debts.
And to your surprise, he actually looks over to Antonio, who the man is quietly just smoking his pipe. And right before him, there's a few cigars ready and unclipped, but they're a bit more further out. And Oceanos actually gives him a surprising, courteous bow. Thank you for saving me.
Tiernan stands up and, in a very similar manner, lowers his head. Not as reverently or as deep, but gives him the nod.
Antonio sees this, and at first he had like the very lazy, slouched back posture as if to fully relax into the chair. And upon seeing your actions, both Tyrion and Oceanos, he straightens up, actually takes the pipe out of his mouth, places it down, despite the fact that it is spilling a little bit of the contents. And there is despite the beard and all, and I will also ship Z, so for those that are listening in now, that is the infamous smuggler Antonio Drake, and just adds, I just did what I believe was right. You owe no debts to us. Well, perhaps to Zadari, my daughter, who took the time to nurse your wounds. But above all else, I'm glad you had found your family or tribe. And as your captain would say, as I would say in this matter, so long as you live and survive, you are always victorious. Because from each victory and each survival, you learn, become better, and overcome those trials. So, whichever path you take, may the winds be on your back, and you may never fail, or you may never meet foul weather. And quietly he takes the smoking pipe, begins to refill it, and then he says, I have a few spare cigars if any of you wish to partake, considering everyone is celebrating. I believe good friends and company get a free sample. Those outside of it, as he kind of gestures to the direction of the very large turtle, and then jerks his thumb back to the people sitting behind him, they're going to have to pay at least a few gold.
I think I'm fine. Oh, what the hell? Still take one.
Okay.
Tyrion will look very confused and pick it up. These seem familiar, but I don't remember why.
It's a smoking drug,
Yes, the
Brad.
concept is familiar to me, but again, I do not remember why.
You could, both of you could roll me investigation to see if you can smell the brand.
I'm kind of given the paradox thing, like for
Yeah. No,
Okay.
no. That's why I'm wanting you to roll the investigation.
okay.
Would I, since I technically still had my dragon cigars, would I know what they are?
Oh,
You can certainly try.
why always
But,
crit when it comes to this weirdo?
When,
It's like the third time I've crit to remember
wait.
this guy.
investigation. My bad. I rolled the wrong
Yeah.
one.
Well, is it the same modifier? Oh no, it's different. Okay,
No.
so 17. So we're gonna go down from the top, from top to down. So Syndra, with your investigation, you do not recognize the brand of this particular cigar, but upon looking at it, it does have a brand on it that, or at least the tape around it, and the tape has a mask with what looks to be like a dagger in the center of it, or going through it, if I should say it more properly. Tyrannin, for your investigation, it smells your guess of it, it does smell oddly familiar. You're not sure why, but you kind of think to yourself, when was the last time I've been around sulfur and volcanoes?
Oh no.
And then for you, Adaria, with your 17 investigation, these are definitely not the same sort of cigars that you have on hand. If anything, these are a bit more thicker or like larger in diameter cigars.
Wait, are these like Bermudiers?
Roll me another history.
God damn it.
Is Diego smoking? Because we have a very similar mouth shape, and this looks like a
Yes,
human thing.
He is definitely smoking it already.
Ginger needs to drink more.
Unfortunately,
Gotta
or rather,
stick it through the
fortunately,
mouth slit.
blasted fire trucks and everything. But fortunately, the DC was actually a 10, so you meet it. Yes, these are the exact same things that Bermudier would be smoking.
Apparently they lit the whole place up.
He imports them from a different plane of existence.
Well,
Yeah.
that-
Tiernan will kind of get a spark going between two claws and light it.
Does
He will also be digging in his bag and take out one of the 60 glowing orange rocks he has and kind of slide it over to Antonio. You know what this is?
I gotta get a sheet out now.
That's something we haven't been able to identify yet, and if somebody can, it's probably the smuggler. Did we ever identify the set of fine black polished metal adorned with Moonstrap and Lass's bracers?
Yes, you identify them as bracers of fence.
All right, I don't know why I haven't written that down yet. And nobody has those, right?
No.
Either that or Adaria does. Or
I do
Adia,
not.
For
Ari.
public.
I don't think
think
Ari
so.
does because Ari wears armor.
Yeah, none of us don't need to wear not armor, so it kind of makes them useless.
Cool. I saved it
Unless-
now finally.
Unless the
your
wizard
sheet?
could wear them, but I don't know if that takes.
She's full, if I remember right. You're full on attunement, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you
Well-
have the boots of spider climb.
I thought
Mavis.
you took. Wait, no.
No, on the greater bag of holding sheet, I have a fine pair of leather boots made from manicore hide, which were the boots of spider climb, and it's your name on it.
I think we talked
Did I
about this. 'cause
really?
none of-
Yeah,
'cause
you
None of us wanted them because I don't need them.
and I can jump 30 feet in the air, so I really don't need them.
Well,
think
yeah, okay, so I do have them. It's just that I have
Yeah,
I have 3 things that disallow me to like already.
I don't think they're
Or-
attunement. I think we figured out they weren't attunement.
Let's see.
The boots of spider climbing are attunement.
Oh well, I mean, if you don't want them, we have a ranger.
There you go.
Or a progue.
Yeah, I mean, rogues with boots of spider climb are terrifying too.
Yeah, I thought
That's
that's
just-
who we gave them to.
That's what I thought too, but I don't think we ever.
She hasn't ever used them, so
My God.
I know I have the hat.
yeah, the hat was just a hat. It was just a
You've never
fancy hat.
worn it. It's just like
We never gave away the hat. It's just chilling in the
Yeah.
bag.
All right, so let me just roll for Antonio.
I remember her asking specifically. It wasn't someone you knew, right?
Yeah, yeah. Gave it a sniff. No. Oh,
Aw.
Oh well.
We still have a
He looks
potion of
at
storm
it.
giant strength. Jesus.
He looks at
Mhm.
it, holds it in between his pointer and middle finger, then touches it very carefully with his thumb, places it down, says, I do apologize, but I am very good at transporting goods. Sometimes I may or may not know what the qualities are, but sadly, this is one of the few that stumped me. It's warm to the touch, surprising. Sure, it might be like some sort of, I don't know, maybe one of those stones that heat up and are used for perhaps egg incubation or portable food items to heat it up. You know, those fancy types are out there with the strange fire rocks and tools of metal. They tried to make those portable stoves. Though I don't think these are very efficient.
it is not very hot, and puts his hand in the bag. I do have quite a few of them.
Mm.
I will ask one of the. I'll ask the blacksmith. Looks over. How sober does she look?
This one over here, not so much.
Yeah.
In fact, if you want to compare her with Syndra's crew member is still doing fine and rowdy.
Oh yeah, I totally figured she's not even feeling it yet.
No, but the other dwarf is feeling it.
Maybe in the morning. Could possibly use them as
Yes.
payment to help me with the armor.
That would be a good idea, actually. I heard they, Miss Belima, I believe her name was. I didn't quite catch it. is a skillful armor smith, or at least an enchanter for armor. That's why he points in the direction of the two big hulking metal guards that are sitting in the other table over there. While the two oversized gentlemen over there are probably here, I think. I could be wrong.
He looks at Sindri. Yes, you were able to amass quite the militia in short notice. That is a special skill of yours, I'm assuming.
Not the first time I've rallied an entire thing. For a revolution.
Then he thinks about the army he brought here. Huh. Looks over to Eteria. Where do you think they went?
Honestly, wrong voice. Jesus Christ.
Oh man.
Adoria hit the booth a little too hard, I guess.
Yeah, she took a real big swig of that cigar.
Honestly, not a single clue.
I'm going to put this in the not my problem pile.
That's where I usually put most things that I do. Whether it be talking to gods or random other shit. Speaking of which, I should probably clean out my hands. I think there's still some blood in them. She's just kind of like running her finger through it.
Actually, your
Kinda
nose
like-
is bleeding a little bit, but
Okay, I didn't know if it was both, because I thought it was both.
How do you keep doing that? I've heard clerics take their entire lives to talk to their god once, but you have talked to several on whims.
Maybe it's because of my ascended blood, more to speak, or what I'm a paradox of.
Possibly.
It would also make sense why my brain hasn't probably exploded from talking to multiple gods.
And my sister. Oh, if you're in my head when my mother is speaking, it might be worse. By the way.
Keeping
Tyrion,
note.
you know full well your mom likes secrecy.
Yeah, she will forcibly either eject you or harm you. A lot.
Alright, give me a word of warning when that comes up then, so my brain isn't splattered upon the table.
You'll see my eye twitch, and usually when I stop walking. There are not many beings on this realm that I am afraid of. She is two of them.
Wait, why two?
She's that scary.
Well, on the terms of at least scary or higher beings, are you at least up to date on the whole temporal anomaly bullshit that seems to be going on through the swell of messes?
Yes, and I have a theory.
Go
And he
on.
turns around to Arcanos. This may be hard for you to remember, but last we spoke, you said I was dead.
Yes.
And he turns around to look at all of you. I don't think I survived. At least
Mm,
in the era he is from.
I am confused as well, since there's a long pause as if trying to bring the words, but you can see the snout tyrannin of Okeanos looking quite agitated, angry even. Your body was dried up husk, as if you were devoured from within. You were also overread.
That serves to memory, correct? After I was shot, and whenever he talks about this, he clutches the arrow pretty hard. I don't remember what happened. I just woke up like this.
I remember fire after I charge and the black one. No, it was the horned one. Pointed sword at me. And light pain. And then the chill. But there's a pause, and let me just actually go to, since you do have access to his sheet, can you roll me a wisdom saving throw for him?
Yeah, just gotta scroll down to him because he's in this group near the bottom. Oh, he's the bottom. Here's she. Oh no, buddy. 4.
Alright. Let me get my voice. I was weak. The massive black one, the armored one, took your head and gave it to the road one. But that's all I saw as I fell in water. I'm certain of it.
Right. Let's stop thinking of this for now. Just confirms a theory. Somehow I reincarnated.
But let me see. I'm just gonna roll this for because he's in hearing range.
Oh no.
I mean, he's not the most intelligent one, but of course not. He's too flused up. Nope. They're currently a little too buzzed with the alcohol and smoke.
Yeah, I mean, it's confusing for Tyrion too because he knows dragons can do that.
I mean, they technically possibly.
Although Binge, being close proximity to you all, just kind of looks at you, Tyrion, and then just asks, "Wait, reincarnate? That? So how do you have your memories?"
There are apparently many different worlds. I may be from one that you all are from not. Or from one that mirrored the other. This entire plot that points at both Adri and Syndra, those two have been concocting, is very confusing, and I've stopped paying attention many times.
Yeah, I can't follow.
Oh, you
Maybe
get used to
I can, but I just choose not to.
it.
Perhaps my wife would better shed light on that, but she's not here. I think that'd be the best.
Is she on the island or is she at home?
Home, protecting the borders. though she took leave, so I took up job. And after graduating properly, this was first big job, and it paid well. Did not expect to be an adventure.
Oh, it's his first day on the job.
Yeah, and he got with us.
Was
Poor guy. I have no idea what you're in for. We're gonna fight God.
Literally. Well,
He was
One
supposed to only be a prison guard.
Well,
Look,
with theories out of the way and giving more fuel to their fire, I'm going to drink this. And he points at the fire whiskey that has been stacking up in front of him because he's been trying to like deal with the armor, but everybody keeps trying to talk to him, so he's just putting it away right now.
Benj looks at his. He hasn't touched his yet.
Breathe this, and he points, and he's just like, and enjoy my night. How do you have fun here? That's not sparring. Doesn't sound like the usual fun.
Antonio just leans back. Well, it would depend on what your preference is and how far you're willing to go to have fun. My son and his crewmate have already left upstairs for their entertainment. I'm sure some others would pair off and others would gamble. Some of them, like myself, and for the time being, Diego, please behave. We'll probably be here drinking, making a few commentary or share stories. And as he was saying that, Diego goes, "Yes, I'm going to certainly be sharing stories, my captain. But I am also going to see if I can find some lucky partners for the night." He looks at all of you, is like, "All of you, I bid you all adieu." Kind of slides out. "I think I'm going to do some patrolling on the city. Maybe if I'm lucky, I'll find... who knows? I'll find entertainment somehow."
Have fun.
"I most certainly will." Oh, by the way, Mr. Ataria,
Oh, damn
if
it.
you're ever interested, I am always available.
Excuse me while I go vomit in my beer.
He takes his leave. With Antonio just chuckling a little bit. And he says, "I hope you don't take him too harshly. He always enjoys his flamboyancy, especially spinning tales and playing instruments when he isn't swinging that sword around."
She says that she just kind of like fucking takes a shot of the fire whiskey that's slowly been piling up on the table.
Yep, for those that are drinking, please roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Please, I want the nat one. The one time. Damn it!
Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna roll
12.
some binge here.
God damn it, Jeebus. I want your rolls for once, and I got good rolls.
Ah, fuck you. I always get my rolls.
Goddamn, binge is not feeling anything.
Took me 33
Yeah.
rolls to get a 20 on that new dice.
Really? Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I don't think you should use those dice. They're cursed. Get new dice.
No.
No,
All right.
all my dice
so,
are cursed. I touched them.
So everybody but Turner currently are not they're feeling a little bit of a buzz, I would say, except for Adaria and Binge. Binge is not feeling anything. Adaria, you feel the tingle, little bit of wooze, but you're still good. Syndra, Tyrannin, you're starting to feel very lighted and tipsy, but you could really go for another round or two. Speaking of rounds, let's move toward Mavis as Sadari. You and Sadari led the other young children out of the adults' table before Diego started playing with innuendos and ribbing Adaria almost mercilessly.
I'm at the kids' table.
For good reason. He was getting with it.
Well, you helped Zadari to get the children out of there because as soon as you realized, and because you've been around the Storm Singer crew long enough, that Diego, once he starts going with his innuendos, he does not shut up or take notice that there are children in the area.
Basically, you
So-
moved away the kids because Diego wouldn't stop flinging his metaphorical dick around, and you didn't want the children to hear.
Yes, you and Zadari basically became the mom hens for a brief moment, and now that you see Diego taking his leave, very
Got it.
loudly so. What are you doing?
I don't know.
Because with your passive perception, you can kind of see that Antonio's just kind of making a slight beckoning of you can now come back to this table if you want. the
Oh yeah,
drunk
I do want to
the,
join.
the drunk uncle has just left the house, left the building.
I'll just give a nod to all the kiddos to say goodbye, and then I'll make my way over to the table.
Zadari will just simply say, "Yeah, you can go join my dad. I'll watch everybody else."
Been upgraded.
And just
Is
roll
there
me
any extra alcohol at the table?
Oh, there's still
Probably
plenty.
like a shit ton of glasses.
There's still plenty of alcohol. Also, roll me a dexterity saving throw because your passive perception can't do this stealthily at all. But
Oh.
okay, so Antonio kind of shouts, "I think it's about time you had your first cigar," and he kind of chucks it over to you, which
Oh no.
with your 11. Actually, let me just roll for Antonio, see if he actually does it right because he's also sloshed.
Oh my god.
Oh, you know what? Not bad for someone who's been sloshed enough. So, yeah, I'd say you almost fumbled it, but you got a good grip on it.
Oh god. She's gonna give a little giggle. I've only read about this in books and watched everybody else do it.
Well, I don't see Jacob here, so he's not gonna rib you anytime soon. Zadari's willingly taken mother hen duties for the time being, and your compatriots here who have helped us out, we've helped them, all that stuff, are partaking as your captain. I'd say you definitely have earned your right to partake in some of the more crazier levities. Plus, Diego already left, so I had a doubt he will be back anytime soon.
God, I hope not.
Is that a constitution save?
Yes, because your first one.
Oh no.
Mavis inhales. She sees Tyrion inhaling and forgets that he's a dragon man who breathes lightning.
Yeah. Yep. Roll me a D100 for me, Mavis.
Oh no. Oh no.
Okay, so it's in the lower spectrum. One moment, I need to pull up a PDF.
Oh no. Maybe throws up the rest of the night.
Could be worse.
They're not that horrible.
No, you're just gonna have a coughing fit.
Oh yeah, she already has a coughing fit.
Oh, plus extra.
I was gonna say that was a given.
Plus diarrhea.
Okay.
No, that just happens to me when you cook.
Alright.
Wow, and the shade's getting thrown tonight.
He rolled like a 1 last time he.
That's true.
That was
I
tonight.
now. I now
Mavis,
know what I'm doing
the
when I go
world-
to Jeebus's house.
The world has become full black and white colors.
Oh
Oh
my god!
dear. Oh
He
no.
sees the world in Disney. Asuka. There we go.
It's monochrome.
Yeah,
Yikes.
with the shades of gray in between, just to give you a little bit more colors to work with.
Oh.
I don't think it's really.
So literally, it just looks because she has dark fish. It just looks like the dark lights went out.
Is this what it's like?
No.
She's not gonna finish it for sure. That'll humble the fuck out of her.
There is a few other individuals on the table you can pass it to.
So gonna puff,
I was gonna
pass.
ask if is there like an ashtray of some sort? Then I'm just gonna set it down.
I'll just roll this. No, there's no ashtrays around. The only one that has an ashtray is actually Antonio himself.
Okay. I'm just gonna try to hand it to Tiernan.
Tiernan puts a second cigar in his mouth.
What the fuck?
Okay, now you're gonna have to roll me a stuff so you can put it.
He doesn't know what he's doing.
I know.
12
D100, please.
plus fucking 6.
Jeebus, you let me.
And you're just sitting there like,
Oh my.
holy
Okay.
fuck.
Let me look at that one.
No, I'm beginning to wonder why sometimes the smart people don't do any of the stupid shit.
Okay,
Because we know how to survive, that's why.
I think
You
this
say that,
actually.
yet I'll talk to God, so I think I'm also down to point.
Alright, you did fuck that up.
Many times, actually.
No, I mean, like, just here recently.
Oh, you're referring to trying to relink binge. Yes, that's kind of hard, all things considered. Oh my god.
Huh.
Oh my god. Tiernan's in Dragon Hell.
No.
Y'all look better. This one's funny, and he hands it over to Binge.
Okay. Unfortunately, Benj was he never smoked, so this is his first one.
I'm so glad Adaria smokes a pipe. Otherwise I'd be fucking done. Oh,
Of
thank
course.
the Lord.
Yeah, of course the Conster can make it with flying colors.
Actually, wait, I'm sorry. It's a disadvantage because this is his first one.
Because you want this to happen, don't lie to us.
Yes.
Dude, Miser,
Call
you
it
gotta
good
roll
enough.
that one for
Miser,
me.
call it good enough.
Hold on, wait. Ah, shit, I don't have any Cosmic Omens left.
Yeah, the DC was 14. So
Damn it.
That is like not one territory for him.
Pretty
Yeah.
much.
well, he needs to roll a 6 low.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know
And
what?
he's just like, but Tyrion, it kind of looks funny because he's wearing all that armor still, and now you just see that smoke coming out of the openings. In fact, it's actually more funnier for you, Mavis, because Binge looking the way he is like now it's just this armored figure with all the smoke coming out, and wherever his hidden features were now completely gone.
Mavis literally just sees like the 2 eyes and only the armor. Nothing else. God damn. You know what? Fuck it. Give me one of those. I smoke enough. It shouldn't kill me.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
I need to light mine up, so I guess I have to con save, huh?
Oh yes, yes.
Might as well. Oh,
You pass Indra.
finally! I'll get
Yes.
the D100.
Please.
Ah, yes, my low rolls have come back to haunt me.
The Mariner D100 rolls.
Do I need to roll a D100?
No, you
I
passed.
think if you pass.
Oh.
Yeah, you pass.
Can I roll one anyway?
Trying to get high here, damn it. No.
God, I'm afraid. No, we're just trying to have a nice time here.
Yeah.
Get fucking toasted and wasted. Huh?
It is the weirdest thing, but
I love
so-
this one, but I hate it.
But yeah,
I'm
since
glad I
Harry
did
is
this before Drake.
Yeah,
I'm glad I did this after Drake left.
You
Yep,
suddenly not
so-
smell like.
Oh
you.
wait.
to the same species, or in other words, you're an elf. So
Oh, I'm
There's-
sorry,
there's-
Syndra,
there's-
and your
there-
girlfriend.
also
Sin actually like
David.
suddenly just turns to you and looks very awkward. Like, why do you suddenly not smell like you? Ass. You know.
There's also just to cut in on this part, Mavis is also an elf.
Oh, dear God.
Yep.
So actually, hold on. I'm sorry. Let me
How
just.
many elves are in this place?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna look
Elf.
right now.
I see I took the horny and turned it up to 20.
That you did.
Taryn is just confused.
Isn't that always Tiernan's state of mind? No?
No, usually there's murder.
I was gonna say when he's not murdering something.
Okay.
No, those are the only. Actually, funny enough, the players are the only elves available right now, and one.
That's actually kind of weird, but
Uh,
also makes sense.
Isn't Cinder's lady friend an elf?
yes,
Half elf.
Ah,
still elf. You still have elf blood.
It's just half as pleasant.
Yes. I'm gonna count the fact that if you got even at just half elf blood or half blood, it still counts the effect.
Yes, I don't know what you're talking about in the slightest, so I'm just going to completely ignore it, like I do most things.
Mm.
This isn't that bad, though, in all honesty. I don't think it really did anything. Sure. What do I have? No, I don't. Okay.
Okay.
Does anyone else want this? She's kind of just waving the cigar around.
When you see this metal chimney smoking apparatus, just goes, I guess I could take another one.
Oh my god. Sure, I'll give it back to Bean. My man. He took one for the team.
I'm not gonna even bother rolling because I doubt I'll roll low enough for him to get the effect.
The
Plus,
sadness.
last thing I need for him is actually get the same roll as Adaria and all the humans, which are basically almost everyone in this bar.
Can you imagine how funny that would be?
No, I'm married. I'm married. No, no. I must pass. I am married.
He has the armor. They have to get him out of it first.
there's a lot of buckles.
Yeah.
And a lot of weight, because again, all of you have seen Binge run.
No, I
he
haven't.
leaves little footprints.
No, we haven't seen him run. We've seen him gently walk.
Saunter with purpose.
Yes. Yes.
Stride with pride.
Okay. So, anyone else doing anything for this night? As
No.
I mean, not
So-
here in the bar.
Yeah. I have some stuff to, like, do later when we're not all fucking drugging ourselves.
Okay. So I'm just gonna roll a couple of things.
I need to read the Book of Eternal Knowledge. Or Wisdom.
Damn, she made it there. Okay. All right. So if there's nothing gonna be happening, we'll move on to the next day, which I'm just going to remove the people that do not need to be here because they're celebrating and all that stuff.
The Book of Eternal Knowledge sounds like the Necronomicon with less steps.
No, I have the yeah, but now I have the the Manual of Eternal Wisdom, which is basically the
Oh,
That's
yeah.
your wisdom book.
Do we still have the con
Ev-
book, or did our friendly paladin take that with him?
The which book now?
The manual of bodily health.
Considering no one mentioned anything of it, at least from my
No, our friendly paladin
jagged
had it.
memory.
Yeah, he took the con book. I took the wisdom book.
I'd say, you know what, you guys have the book for the time being, since all of us I was kind of there when Hunter showed up and picked them up, and it was definitely the cold, stern, scolding voice, which Syndra picked up the chill of air that can only come from someone who was basically, yeah, dead. And these guys are gone.
Gonna gesture over to the book. Syndra, do you want that?
I probably could use the benefits of it. What about yourself, Tyrion?
I'm alright, but we did just lose our other frontline fighter.
That's what I am curious about.
Yeah, the other person looked very upset seeing Lord Goldheart.
That was his master.
Wait.
Which means that was your. Well, if you got knighted by him, then that means he is technically your boss's boss.
There is definitely a look of absolute confusion, and he points to Tyrion, but isn't Lord Tyrion Rasputin's lord?
There's a
Right.
line that's now very fuzzy.
I am very confused.
So, I am currently supplying some of his powers, mainly bought through his oath. But I do not control him. As long as he is alive, he is doing my work.
Binge.
Hey.
I see. So it's like a pact.
Yes, like what you took for in front of your king. I'm sure you were knighted.
Military graduate, but we did made our offering and our vows to the element god or goddess that we are born under.
Very similar.
So when he is worthy, you grant him stronger gifts.
Yeah.
I see. You can see like the metal helmet moving up and down and nodding, understanding, at least by Binge's mannerisms.
It's going to gesture over to Arcanos. That is how my training regiment works. They start small with staves and small cudgels, and as they become more proficient, they upgrade to blades. He gestures to the halberd that Arcanos has. That is one of the highest grade weapons I've given to Blade Dancer.
Ah. I see. I think I understand. Similar to how our armor is blessed by Mother Birth.
Sure.
Tyranny, you remember how the other nights when you asked them about giving them their armor to Binge, they looked almost as if you had just offended their very existence.
That was when the player thought that they were the prisoners. But yeah.
Yeah, no, they're the wardens right now.
That
They're the
makes
new
sense.
wardens.
Yeah, no. I got hit in the head a lot today.
The last week, yeah.
Ever since I
Over
met
the
you
course of
two.
this whole
Monkeys.
At least it wasn't the monkey this time.
I'm telling you, that was a cheap shot.
Oh, I fully agree. Just,
There was multiple cheap shots over, and then there were the Raptors that gave you multiple cheap shots over. I think there's a list at this point.
No, the Raptors fought smart.
And hungry.
And very hungry.
All right. So, if no one else is doing anything else, we will now move to the next day. If anyone wishes to do what other things, whatnot.
I'll just
Actually-
probably, in between, I'll just be reading, so I got nothing.
yeah, I guess if I'm taking the manual, I'd read it during my downtime.
All right.
Being an elf, I guess that would put it at being around 4 hours
Yes.
of the night for the long rest.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
I
Yeah.
guess
The
I'll
train.
do the same as well. How many hours do we have to be?
But when I do go to trance, Sin is going to try something.
Okay. So before we do that, we're gonna go with a couple of dreams.
That might answer my problem
Yay.
already.
And I already have my 4 victims in mind, but I'm gonna go after one right now.
Yay!
Is there like
Oh, okay.
Is it? No. No.
Well, anyway, everyone else. Actually, I'm just gonna roll for our good boy here. And it is a disadvantage. Son of a bitch.
Disadvantage my ass. That man just be like, no.
But anyway, everyone else, you got your long rest. And actually, what I should ask, how is going to be the sleeping arrangements? Who is sleeping in what room, or who shares a room? That's what I should ask.
Sindra and Amarna? Maybe Ari if she can, not be weird about it.
Wouldn't it be more awkward the other way around? Like just basically third wheeling?
I believe Ari is already in her own room.
Okay, well then that solves our problem.
Yes.
I've slept with Tiernan before, but I don't want to claw to the back, so I'll take my own.
It's because you woke him up.
I still don't want to claw to the back.
True.
Binge can rush and snuggle with Tyrion.
Yeah, and I guess either Mavis and I could split a room, or Mavis and Ari. It just kind of depends.
Okay, so if Binge is sharing a room with Tyrion, please make me a wisdom saving throw.
Woo!
Remember when I said the claw to the back?
Yeah. 9.
You wake up to a horrible screaming as Binge thrashes, still in full armor, falls through his bed.
What
Actually, I
the?
should roll.
Oh no!
I'm just gonna roll this for him because he is thrashing at the very moment. Yeah, he didn't break the bed entirely, but he did fall off, and you hear the big.
Tyrion, flies out of bed, hits the ceiling. Ow! What the heck? What the nine hells? And he's just gonna go over to him and,
As you do approach him, Binge immediately grabs his shield and prepares he's in a defensive stance, and he's looking around.
Hey,
Uh,
hey, down here.
oh,
What the fuck?
your turn. There's a long pause, and he looks at the bed, looks at you, looks at everywhere else. Bad dream.
Right. Bad dreams have potency here. What did you see?
a road man.
Describe him.
Let me see if I can roll for binge. If you can roll well.
Can I intimidate him to give him advantage from fear?
No.
Damn.
Damn it!
Black robe. He goes like, black robe, weird, funny mustache
Thing
beard?
over his eye. Glass.
Yes.
Okay. Did he say anything to you?
Says I'd be good material. And then I saw my own body turn to steel or metal. And then I felt myself being melted.
Okay. Alright. On the ship, was it Syndra or Adaria that got the worms out of people's heads?
It was a mix of Adaria and Rasputin.
Perfect. That means I don't have to
Syndra
break up
picked it up.
fun time.
Syndra
This-
picked it up, though.
As I grab him by his collar and drag him over to Adaria's room.
Hold on. I can roll my constitution. See if she's up or not. From fucking
Also-
Karen.
Tiernan, you would remember that there were
Nope.
5. There were 5 of those. Actually, no, you did. That did wake you up.
Yeah, rolling low on the con save, you wake up.
Okay, my bad. I was misunderstanding.
No worries.
Oh dear God.
You are out.
What do you want?
Ed was in his dream. Make sure he doesn't have dumb things in his head.
How did I even do that? As a player, I actually forgot what the fuck I did.
Did you just like, it's the second level. Get rid of poisons and shit.
No, there was something else I.
Spell.
Oh yeah, I don't have the spell prepped. Hold on. We'll just you're like sitting in a room for a
You'd
minute.
be like, wait until morning.
Yeah. Hold on, I can do this, and she like does produce flame on her fingers and makes the flame go around Bean's head. Man, now wait until the fucking morning and just fucking closes the door in his face.
Well, that's supposed to happen. Just kind of looks over to you.
I don't know magic. I guess we wait
Me
until
neither.
morning.
It was scary. He grabbed me, and I could not move.
You're going to be seeing a lot of him, or that's who we're looking for. He is terrifying. He can stop time. And I walk back to our room.
I'm so glad we're horrifying this child.
Oh yeah. Jared is probably the worst person to put him with.
Yeah, but I also don't want to be in the same room with him.
Yeah, he's a dude. We understand.
It's not even just that. I don't want to deal with getting stabbed in the back again. If I try to wake him.
All right, back to bed. We wait till morning.
Right. I mean, as a DM speaking, he only just recently learned how to do multi-attack, so.
Aw, poor little buddy.
But yeah, you all just hear the donk, donk, donk. And Tyranny, you realize that he does sleep with his armor on.
Tyranid, who hates being in metal armor, and he takes it off the second he can. I don't understand how you can deal with that. It must be well padded.
Also, blessing from the goddess.
Right. Those things.
Yes, but she said, or at least I was deemed unworthy of being a Phalanx Knight.
Well, we're in the business of proving God's wrong. Maybe. And he kind of thinks for a minute. Her plan for you was this. Because he hung out with Rasputin and shit talking gods in front of people like this is bad.
Well, as far as you know, Binge has not been anything close to zealots or
Oh yeah,
crazy.
but still.
Hmm.
Walk past Cinder's room. What the hell is that smell?
I don't smell anything.
Be glad. We continue walking.
Yeah, if anything, Binge is more into his armor than the surroundings. All right, so dawn comes in a few hours later. You all had your long rest.
Oh, I don't get to try my thing at night.
Oh, you want to? Sure.
Because when Sin goes in, she goes to meditate, or her trance. She's kind of like, this is when they usually come. Fuck it. So she, gets up into the lotus pose, starts, calming her mind. And then she's just gonna try, to reach out somehow. She imagines it's kind of like when you reach out to cast a spell at distance.
Uh-huh.
And she's going to say, Death, I have a few questions.
Ooh. Roll me a D100. Well, it was a 50-50.
10 off from funny number.
Yep.
Wait, what about what?
10 off from funny number.
Sadness. One day we'll get it.
You did?
Oh wait, no, we got.
You got it.
Yeah, we got it. Oh no.
Nice. Okay. We can do that. Just give me a moment to switch scenes. And someone please give me the creepy music.
Oh, I got it.
I gotta... So, Syndra, you find yourself here. And since that was a 2, a simple figure sitting, or rather standing, arms behind his back. Looking straight at you.
Love that image.
Oh, it's you.
Yes, I could say the same thing. I'm surprised you actually reached me.
I meant a variant, but if I'm understanding everything correctly about what's going on and your vested interest in me, I'm imagining you're one of the very few beings out there that exists outside of Ed's temporal paradox bullshit. I'm actually a little bit vague on that.
Well, color me impressed. You're not as slow-witted as some of the other mortals that I have to deal with. Thank goodness. I was beginning to wonder if I actually had to try again with another set of troublemakers, or at least as you would so aptly put it, your others that would come after.
So is it a separate group every time, or have half of us been back through this multiple times?
I believe there was a time I had mentioned one of my variants that no matter what attempts a mortal or an existence would take, in the end, all things must die. Now, my particular issue is that certain individuals or entities try to be creative in their evasiveness of that ultimate fate. To answer your question, there are two answers mixed into one. Some of you are repeated loops. Some of you are brand new. But then there is a unknown third variable, which unfortunately I am in no position to disclose that particular information, because should I do so, it would, well, the worst fate of death, or the ultimate fate, is the unmaking. Once that happens, not even, well, not even the Big Bang can restart your spark of a soul.
How many times have I gone through this already, or is this the first one for me?
Think very carefully, child. Your connections, your interactions, how easy it seems to converse with some individuals. As much as it's easy to give a straight answer to people, or to some mortals, some of them unfortunately cannot take a straight answer, even if they claim to be hardened enough to do so. My dear, the truth would unfortunately unmake you. If I were to tell you, you'll have to discover that answer yourself, which is probably the only suitable way for you to not only understand what's going on, but also to make sure that you don't simply erase yourself.
On the other hand, you probably just told me enough to erase myself. Except, I don't think that's what you want me to do.
You and the other one made a deal with me to bring back those other two.
Yes, but you and I both know it's an arbitrary statement of when you'd come and get us. So 100 years could make it tomorrow.
Or 100 years could equal 100 tries.
So I guess the really big question, the one that hit me right in the middle of my dinner, because it suddenly realized there's only one being that I can think of that could possibly know what Ed would know. And only one being mad enough to keep trying. Ed looks at him. Process didn't die, did he? He just kept going through iterations with his magic, trying to figure out a way to succeed, doesn't he?
Perhaps. But the thing about variations and do-overs, as one would say, is they don't always come back as an exact duplication. It's not as some alchemists and artificers would say, an exact science. Why do you think wild magic sorcerers tend to be more explosive, and then at times they have a much wider effect of things?
Because they exist outside within the weave and outside of it at the same time, which causes a problem.
Yes, but break it down, grind that very concept to its most simplest molecules.
Hmm.
Come now, child, you're not stupid.
Because it breaks rules, and rules have consequences.
Exactly. When grinding things down to its most finest powder molecule, you have the simple thing of order and chaos. Sadly, despite how much order we may enforce, there will always be chaos, and no matter how much chaotic things and elements are, there will always be some form of order to keep it under control. Now, what happens when you remove those elements? Do you just have the good, evil, neutrality? No, you don't. What happens when you remove all the equations, all the variables?
Well, at the end, you get nothing.
I was right to leave such an obvious clue in front of you, as he gestures to the entire room around you. Now, what do you propose a mad mage would be wanting to do with the knowledge you now just acquired? Or, shall I say, reacquired?
Well, someone like Ed, my understanding, would have an idea that if he breaks down the universe down till there's one thing left, and then rewrites all the rules, that he could do it all.
There you missed a clue again. But you still have time, and it seems like you're starting to awaken from your trance. I wish you luck on you and your coterie of friends and comrades and acquaintances and useful tools. They're all clues already there. The problem is that people think everything is a perfect circle, but it's not. Good day.
One last one.
Depends.
Does defeating him end it? Or do we have to defeat him in a very, much more elaborate way than the usual would think of?
Come now, child. You are also a wizard. Do you really think that defeating the enemy is what beating someone to a bloody pulp be the end result?
It wouldn't be for me.
Add it to
But that's
someone
the thing.
who's
You already know that.
exactly. Now, please don't repeat the same idiotic mistakes. You're all a lot smarter than that. As you begin to recover from your trance, and DM is going to take a 3-minute break. I will be right back.
And that's when we learned we were all dead on the inside and the outside.
Uh,
Yeah.
so, how was the rest of your dreams? No.
I had a dragon or a kobold knock on my door and tell me to fix the guy, and then I made a flame go around his head and then told him to fuck off.
Fix this. I don't magic.
I love how her response was, I'll do it in the morning, just close his door. Literally does a cantrip, was like, I fixed him, this will help him till the morning. I know
Please,
we had a
please, both non-magic users. Like, I think it worked. You'll be good till morning.
Oh my god.
You have no idea what the fuck is going on.
I think the worst part is right now going through my head is like the way late game, like what the fuck Syndra is now starting to plan for, and it's just like, huh,
Meh.
I'm a little bit bothered by this.
I'm just here chilling with gods. Though this does beg the question, if death, I'm assuming we all would have to die in order for death to bring us to this place. If we're going through the loop.
Not inherently. That's the primordial. I think Ed brought us.
Well, there'd be no reason. I don't know.
If I'm correct, Ed is looking for the iterations aren't just Ed getting defeated. It's Ed literally going through the scientific or like through different iterations of his formula to accomplish what he's trying to do.
Which I'm assuming is to wake up
So
the
he
stupid
needs
mountain.
reagents, which is why like Binge just had his weird fucking dream. Is Ed is constantly having to bring in new stuff because death keeps taking them away.
Makes sense, because that would also answer why each of our dreams are just essentially flashbacks to different loops that we have experienced, i.e., Adaria getting sacrificed with all of us dying, watching all of us get basically devastated by the Knoll Lord from Tyrannon's dream a while back. I'm assuming those are all just loops that we've experienced through dreams.
Probably.
Oh, that makes so much sense. Welcome to the conspiracy theory, Mavis.
welcome to the big kids table now that you've officially upgraded.
But that also means that, you know, in my head, it's like, all right, where would Syndra go with this knowledge? And it's like,
We can't really do much with it.
yeah, actually, that's the worst part is when you play enough wizards, you're like, yeah, okay.
Now what?
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back, Miser.
Good to be back. I had to. All right, so have you guys finished your conspiracy thoughts and all that? And
Yeah.
Are we ever
I hate-
truly finished?
No,
No,
not until the
never.
campaign's done.
all right, so I gotta make another roll right now because there's still one more person who needs another
Oh,
situation.
thank God it was Bean.
Yay! 1 second.
Bean
I just
again?
make sure I got the no another person. Just gotta make sure I got the proper map too because it's been a while.
Been a while.
All right, Tyrannon, you ready?
Oh, what's going on? Where is he?
Well, definitely not my map.
I think I know who it is.
I think I do too, but I'm worried.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, because I need something here. But as I was saying, Mavis, are you there?
Yep.
No.
You were one, unfortunately.
No. Okay.
I love how the music picked up right when it's like,
I
well,
was
good luck.
waiting for it. Yes, I'm the horrible DM. I was actually waiting for that cue. Anyway,
That's just Mavis screaming into the void.
yes. Mavis, could you please put your token right here? Let me just make sure I'm on the right layer thing. Yes.
Burp, burp.
Right there, please.
Yeah. He's right there.
And
Okay.
also, for some reason, in your hands is a book.
Is it my book?
Yes, your very dusty book, which happens to have 2 new entries to it.
Ugh.
Anyway, let me begin describing what do you see before you, Miss Mavis. Before you is a ruined farm field, which you may roll me a history.
— 19.
This feels very strongly familiar to you. Too strongly, in fact. It's almost
Is it
Mhm.
where it was like my first memory where I first wake up?
Yes.
Oh, fuck, I knew
Yes, it is. That's why I was pausing.
it. um, is there? Is it exactly how I remember it, or is there anything different?
You can roll me, because of your high perception, you can roll me investigation.
16.
Ooh. You look around. There are subtle changes, but you don't know exactly what it is. There are things that supposed to look similar despite the burn and the damage. And yet your gut is telling you that something is amiss. You do not know why. You're unsure how it is, but something definitely feels off.
Oh shoot. Where do I want to look? But the book is as I remember it, other than the 2 new entries. Nothing else has changed.
Nothing else has changed from the book, except that the book feels hot to the touch.
Mm.
Not burning or scalding, but it just feels hot. Like warm food that the heat is cremating through the wrappings.
Is there anything on the walls, pictures or anything? I just kind of want to explore the house or the remains of a house.
You certainly may. Or rather, could you ping me which walls you want to look at, or move your token to where you want to invest?
I'll probably start over here and then move over to what seems like a different room.
Okay. that one. Roll me an investigation again.
Oh shoot.
Okay.
8.
So, no worries. So with the 8, and it isn't at 1, you are distracted as you do see 2 charred bodies, adult
Oh.
size, as best as you can guess.
In this bigger room.
Ping?
Where my token's at.
Yeah, in this room. I just did not put any images there, but there are
So you're
2.
good.
There are 2 burnt corpses. And when I say burnt, they are charred black.
Oh, I don't like this. I don't like it. um. Is there any? Oh, I guess that would be me. That would be me who would answer that. So say, is there any like emotional pull? Like I would know or should know who these people are or could guess.
Roll me. Roll me a. I'm thinking of something now. Do you touch the bodies? Is what I should ask first.
Well, it depends on how charred they are. I don't. If I'm gonna touch them, they're gonna fall apart.
That's the case. I mean,
Okay.
they are huddled to the corner as if their backs are towards you. That's what I should say.
Oh. Okay, then yeah, I guess I do. I'll try and touch the shoulder of one.
Roll me a dexterity.
Just normal or a
Yes,
saving?
just normal. Just normal dexterity.
18.
As your fingers touch the charred corpse, you realize that the corpse is already hardened like dry wood. And with that 18, I will give you that you can actually move the corpse a little bit.
Do I see any like leftover jewelry or anything at all, accessories wise? Are they all both black?
It seems that the only reason why their forms are still there might have been their clothes or armor. Whatever accessories they have, it's also been charred black. There's no hair. Eyes are gone. You should see it's just empty sockets. Teeth. Looking a bit charred.
I'm
But
going to. Oh, I'm gonna make a note of it in my journal.
okay. As you write down on that note, yeah, because you have such an impressively high passive perception. You do see on the corner of the wall here what looks to be like a large box. And with your passive perception, which thank goodness you got a 22 passive perception, and I was kind of holding back on it. The information, you do see that the box has the outlines that were not charred, that no doubt belongs to the 2 individuals that are dead.
I'm gonna open that box.
It's a large box. It's up to your chest height, so you will need to roll me a strength.
Oh. Yeah. Ah! 20.
You pop it open, and you see inside, unconscious and curled up, this little girl, elf girl.
Do I recognize her?
You do. That's you.
Is it me? I was gonna say, is it me?
Mm-hmm.
No. I don't
Welcome to Miser's Horror Show.
I know. Um.
She is
Stop it. I'm
currently
gonna cry.
she is currently unconscious right now. Curled up into a ball and trying to look as small as possible, but she is unaware of your presence right now and did not stir when the box was open, but you can see with your passive perception that she is breathing, if raggedy. Speaking of your passive perception, roll me one more. Just roll me a perception roll in this one.
Mark's gonna be a nat one. Oh, 22. Same.
You hear a loud crunching noise from behind you.
Oh god.
As the door not only falls down, but you do see a figure stepping through it.
Who dat?
Oh, should see it.
Oh no.
Oh, crap, this is someone we've seen before.
Players.
Yeah. It's our friendly neighborhood fuckboy.
Oh, hey,
Cronies.
big, tall, and horny. Oh wait, sorry, that was the vampire. Never mind.
If only.
The figure steps in, and again, because of your high passive perception, you do see that this particular figure is, or at least this armored figure, has lots of black burn marks and soot on the armor. And with the sword drawn, you see that it is soaked red with blood. Fresh blood, by the way. And there is a somewhat haggard breathing as the armored figure looks around, looks toward your direction, and begins to advance. What do you do?
I'm gonna close the box.
It
And
is going to require strength.
oh god damn it.
It's a heavy lid.
I'm gonna I guess, take out. Wait, don't I have something cool?
It's slowly
the
keeping its way toward your direction.
acidic pain thing, is that a sword of
Yes.
sorts? Okay, I'll take that thing out. And you said strength for the box.
Yes. If you want to close
Save
the box, it
or
would be it's just be a strength or athletics.
athletics. Really?
With your passive perception, you do hear the ragged breathing, so you can kind of guess that this figure might be injured.
I'm holding any sort of action at this point of attack.
Walks right through you.
Oh, cool.
The armored figure, looking down, reaches with its free hand toward the unconscious you. And with a surprising gentleness, actually shakes the smaller you awake. Roll me a history at advantage, Miss Mavis. Nice. Now I need you to roll me a Constitution saving throw because you rolled so well.
At normal.
Yes.
15.
Okay, you're only going to take half of this.
Okay.
3 points of psychic damage as images flash into your head. You remember fire. You remember road men in dragon-like headwear, but also men in yellow clothing and robes. You also remember, very vaguely, your parents putting you in a large box container, telling you everything would be alright. You hear the screams, the fire, you hear the loud roar, land shaking. But you listened to your dear parents. You stayed in the box. You remember, as your eyes are opening from a gentle nudging, a armored figure fully clothed in armor, head to toe, damaged, horns that could possibly be no different than a dragon cultist, perhaps, or even a monster itself. What did young Mavis reacted when she saw a horned knight looking down, shaking her shoulder?
She would be crying at this point. Like already had been crying. And probably not saying a word. Because she doesn't know what to do.
A bit of a raspy voice, clearly from overexertion, speaks through the armor. I am sorry that I had arrived too late, little one. But it is not safe here.
Can little Mavis see the charred bodies, or is she still like in the box?
You are
Like,
still in the box.
okay. No, la la la. Does so? Do I know this character, like Little Mavis? Do I
Little
know
Mavis,
who this is?
this is your first encounter. You never met this figure before.
Okay, then she's gonna be very timid and almost try to make herself smaller.
There is a exasperated sigh, but the knight figure looks left, looks right, puts the sword away, or sheathes the sword, and then very calmly, although slowly, in case there is an attack, begins to remove the helmet. And this is the figure you see. Just imagine this one wearing the full armor, but not the shamanic robes, just the head with the armor. And the young woman, probably around the same age as you are now, or at least in human terms, perhaps, Mavis. There's a bit of a slight rasp of a hiss, but it's no doubt from the exhaustion. I understand the desire to wish it all away and hide from the world, but right now, your parents want you to live.
No.
If you wish for a name, I simply call me Akra.
Can you spell that, please? Thank you.
And
Oh, go ahead.
do you reply? Or
Nope. She's gonna be a little mute, Mavis. At this point, there's no. Okay, never mind. That's a dumb question. I got it. No, she's gonna be speechless, but she'll offer her hand.
right. Let's get you out of here quickly. As she takes off the cloak and wraps you around with it, and very effortlessly just hauls young Mavis out and starts carrying her. Sort of like the parent carrying their little baby or child in their arms. And as she's heading out, now I need you to roll me a perception check, only because you have that high passive perception.
14.
Okay. You do hear a voice, and that's all I'm going to give you. You hear a voice in this direction or general vicinity. And it does sound male. And it just says, well, that's a fruitful experiment.
But nothing's there.
You don't see anything there. You can attempt something.
Shoot. I'm gonna look at the door because I really want to go towards
The
the door.
Okay.
But
Let me just put them back onto the.
no, it's okay. It's okay because I'm not going to.
Okay.
I'm gonna look for the origin of the voice.
You can still move your token.
You said closer in this room.
Yep.
Do
You
you
can.
need?
You need to roll me another pass. With your passive perception, you do see footprints. So roll me a perception.
God, it's getting worse. Getting cloudy over here. Do I see where the footprints go?
You do not, unfortunately, but You probably don't need to, as you do step there, you do hear a voice standing quite next to you. And it just says, "Yes, the experiment was fruitful indeed. Since you're now standing here, Mavis, how do you pronounce that last difficult name? Vincenza of the like?"
I gotta remember how I even fucking did it.
Oh, this is actually the character that's
Okay,
talking.
I was gonna say I don't even fucking remember.
Yes, the voice is literally talking directly at you.
Fuck. Okay. um, I still have my sword out.
You
By the way,
do.
I do. She's just gonna like kind of stammer. Just who's speaking? Who's there?
Come now, child. This is I suppose this would be our first meeting. And with your passive perception, you do hear footsteps moving around you. And then there's a pause. "I would like that book you have on you."
Short shit that I've looked at him. Now I'm nervous. I'm fucking nervous. Okay.
And should you attempt to swing that dirty relic at me, I will tell you only have one shot. So, the choice is yours, child. Put up a pitiful resistance, or pass me the book, and I shall be on my way.
Show yourself first, and then we'll talk.
Why would I want to do that?
Why do you want my book?
It is something that does not belong to you. Nor should someone like you should have.
It's just an old book.
Is it now?
She just grips it tighter.
Your dear father held that book so tightly before I dealt with him.
It's my book. I haven't had enough whiskey for this. Hold on. Are the shoot. Does Mavis know she's in a dream memory? See, like, does she know what's going on?
You might have an idea. You were warned multiple times about these weird dream things, and you had experienced one before.
Yes. Can you run away in a dream? Can you run from a dream?
You can certainly try.
And stab yourself away.
I was gonna say, is there a way? How would she try to wake up? Oh, shoot. Crap. As a player, I'm stuck. Okay. I'm gonna look at it again. Is there anything different or new? Apart from the beginning of this sequence.
Roll me a d20, please.
9.
Oh, perfect. Let me just add a new line here.
Oh, shoot.
At the very bottom of that book, or the handout of the book, you see written what looks to be like fresh blood. Warning, don't lose this book.
Dick. Oh God. Is the voice speaking at all anymore? Can I figure out which direction, like where the voice is?
You can roll me a perception.
13.
Standing right behind you.
Okay, I am going to take the one shot that I have.
Roll it at disadvantage.
Fuck.
I'm sorry, it does not hit. And you just hear, you chose poorly. As a hand immediately lashes out from the invisibility, grabs you, and I need you to roll me a Constitution saving throw.
No.
I'm sorry, but the following is about to happen to you, or at
Okay.
least in this dream. Oh wait, that was in GM. But I will say this: your body begins to stiffen, and from the
No.
edge of your vision, you begin to see your fingers slowly but surely starting to turn into a grayish color. Now, just stand right there and understand exactly the idiocy of your choice, child. As he begins to walk, that book is more important to me than, well, everything and anything else. Hmm. Though I suppose we will meet again soon enough. Enjoy your dreams, child. As he is continuing to talk to you, Mavis, you may roll me another Constitution saving throw.
I don't like this. Fuck.
I'm sorry. You begin to feel your legs truly become lead, or in this case, iron. I made a visit to one of your other companions, but you were much more easier to deal with. Ah, I apologize. You don't know my name, and yet I know who you are. Ed Matthias Dominguez. At your service. As he says his last line to you, your vision turns to gray, and you have become, at least in dream, a steel, well, an iron statue.
Is it like my parents?
Maybe
Or were they? Oh God.
they were burnt. They were burnt charred crisps, but
I know, but they're okay. I know.
you woke up.
Okay, so when I said I wanted to be a part of the plot, I didn't really mean it.
Yeah, please take it back. I'd like to reverse. Please exit me from the story.
You're here now.
Welcome to hell. It only gets worse.
So, how does Mavis wake up when she just had a traumatizing event like that?
Sad and traumatized.
Depressed.
She's instantly gonna look for the book.
The book is there, and the warning is there, except it's not bright reddish ink blood. It's now just a hard black print. Warning comes to all of you. Some a relief, others another day in life, and to others a desperate plea of reality.
It's morning.
Oh my god, please stop knocking on my fucking door. I guess Mavis and Adaria, are sharing a room.
I'd like to point out that Tyrion doesn't wake up early. Ever.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to deal with it. She'll open the door. What do you want?
Fix it. Points at Binge. It's probably like,
Tannen, you do realize it is very early in the morning.
Yeah,
She's just kind of like rubbing her temple.
I'm awake.
Yes, that's the problem. Is it that important?
He was in his head. I'm sure he left some stupid bullshit behind.
Alright. I will.
Mavis, if
Oh,
you
hold
are
on.
sharing a room with Adaria, how are you feeling right now, or how do you wake up?
Mavis is crying, but not like. Unless they looked, they wouldn't. I'm not making any sound.
Does a passive perception of a 19 at least see it?
Mavis, can you roll me a stealth?
Stealth on crying. God, I need that in real life.
I'd like to cry better, please.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Fix it!
She's used to crying in front of people, so she just like hides her tears.
Well,
Perfect
Mavis
distraction.
Mavis seems to
Yeah.
be perfectly still and sleeping well.
I'll deal with that in a minute. Shit, I gotta look what my D6 does for how I think whoa. Or, no, I get whim. Sorry, I've been a while since I've done this. Let me look again.
No worries.
Okay, even. So, I can add a D6. Okay. Let me refresh those. Okay.
Also, I need to roll something else now.
Mavis, are you coming before Tyrion breaks down the door asking me to fix something?
She gives a little sniff. Yeah.
Oh my god. Alright.
She's also gonna. She has that book, and she's
Okay.
like she has it all the time normally, but now like she's not letting go of that.
Never.
You guys hear a door open down the hallway. Oh, now that you're all fucking awake,
Fix
everyone
it!
in my room now.
No, fix that first.
Fine.
No, now.
No.
We'll fix that at the same time.
Okay.
Now.
Agreed. Walks in.
Mavis, could you also roll me a d20 while you're at it?
God damn it, this party.
Oh my god.
Okay, so let me
Yeah,
just
two.
recall you guys. Let's see. 'Cause I wanna
Roll-
make this-
Darren in his own head. Why does nobody see this? It's a problem.
I'm just
Pretty
gonna
sure because we all been fucked with Ed at this point, none of us care.
yes. let me just
He knows not to find me in my dreams.
Like you're
I
gonna.
think I'm the only one who
actually-
hasn't like seen him in my. No, I guess that.
I think it's
Adaria
I think it's
hasn't
you
either.
and
Adaria-
okay, so it's,
Adaria hasn't,
it's
remember?
the three of us that haven't seen him in our dreams.
Weird.
No, I thought he was in your dream once, Addy.
No, I've only
I
had
could've
Cult
sworn
of
he
the Stars
was.
and the Golden King.
Oh,
I've
right.
never dealt with Ed in dreams. It's always been the other
Well,
part of me, my best half, quote unquote.
well, you dealt with actually no, Arizel's still resting in, so all of you are in this room.
All right, what did?
And with the two Mavis, and you have such a high passive perception. Let me just. You can find this little critter in your. At least by your satchel.
Oh my god, my boy. Just never leaves.
He's back. Wait, where was he?
Was hiding in your satchel, or at least very visibly just using it as a hammock.
Oh my god.
That's kind of cute.
Does anybody else see it?
Yeah,
Everyone
there's
else it is not an invisible creature. It is plainly there. Syndra, you remember this fur thing that was hanging around you in the back of the House of Horus. You may actually roll me a history while you're at it.
I mean, I remember who it belonged to.
Yeah.
That's a 19.
You remember during your little panic attack back at the cell that there was a little thing that came out to help you.
Should we be worried about that thing?
Somebody
looks
threatened
small.
it very aggressively to make sure it's not Ed.
Tyrannin?
Tyrannin can stand on the table.
Oh my god.
Just get down, stare at Mavis's bag because that's where it is, right?
Yeah.
Yep, it's not hiding. It's just relaxing there. It's on its back or laying
Oh
on its
my
back.
god.
Gonna use telepathy.
Let it rest.
Okay.
What are you doing?
It looks right at you. And I'm just gonna make sure it.
As long as it knows a language.
Yes,
Not sure if it
I
does
know.
or not.
I'm just trying to get its sheet now.
My fucking god.
Where are you? I had your sheet somewhere. There you are. Oof. So the ferret, simply known as Mosh, or at least to some of you will know it as Mosh, just stares right at you. Tyrannin, and just says in your mind, and it seems to be very confident too. Just escorting.
It's gonna look to the party. It's just an animal.
Alright. Now that we've gotten that major threat off the table, what did you want me to do now, Tyrannin?
He saw it in his dreams. Make sure he doesn't have any worms. Or I don't know, magic
Alright.
bullshit.
Worms.
Yeah. Last time we dealt with an Ed thing, he had like worms in him, right? I wasn't there, you guys told me about it.
Well, I'm just gonna. Alright, so I'm gonna cast, like, Dispel Magic, so you see Adaria pull up her pipe and just kind of blow the smoke at him. Hopefully that works.
Looks around. Nothing really happened.
Alright, he doesn't have any worms in him.
Syndra, because you cast detect magic, and that is 30 feet. You sense a very high level of transmutation.
From
It's right next to Mavis.
Oh. Oh my god.
she just kind of pushes every other way until she figures out what it is.
It's right there. It's not even hiding.
Is it a book or a ferret?
The ferret.
Tyrannin?
What?
Ask it what the fuck it is because it's not a ferret.
What were you before you were a ferret?
Someone.
I'm gonna ask you a very important question now. What is your affiliation with a wizard named Ed Dominguez?
I'm pretty sure you can guess.
I'm going to roll insight. Hit 11.
I'm just gonna roll this because as a ferret says this or telepathics this to you, Syndra, Mavis, and Tyrannin. You see this ferret looking a little bit glowy and angry, but it's not moving anywhere. It's just, well, those are some very shiny teeth right now.
We have a similar. No, fuck it. It hates Ed too. I'm not sure why. Or I'm not sure what it used to be. Most likely somebody that was on our side that irritated him enough to get turned into a ferret.
Tyrannin,
What?
Smart boy.
ask it what its name is.
What's your name?
I don't remember.
It does remember.
Now, as much as I'd hate to be,
Why do you stick to Mavis?
Seems she needed help. As that one there, or rather the ferret points in a very casual manner to the retreating Syndra.
He's gonna look to Syndra. Why does Mavis need help? That's how he interpreted that.
yeah.
Well then, I guess that's the whole point, isn't it? Alright. Who all had something, or has realized something? Since we're all sober, except for Ari.
Tyrion, you just hear a voice in your head, which is coming from the ferret. I wish I could drink again.
It wants water.
Oh my
No, don't look at me. I don't give that. All right,
have-
so down to business. First of all, while it was neither confirmed, it wasn't denied either. I think I actually know who Ed is.
A dick.
With it.
No, Tyrannin. It hit me last night while I was sitting there having, drink and all that. If someone was trying to repeat Casus's folly, or Casus's avatar, and nobody remembered the spell because everyone who could have was annihilated. Who would be the only person who could cast the fucking spell?
Is this a trick
Karsus.
question?
Karsus, yes, the being who supposedly tried to or become a god first. So, when that comes down to what we're dealing with is an ethereal mage who, in his own time, was more powerful than anything else. And now we're dealing with someone who has existed for a very long time. As you said, he can manipulate time.
Yeah. He used Draconic, if that makes anything for you spelly people.
Draconic is a language of magic. At least on our world.
That makes sense.
Binge kind of raises his hand a little bit slowly.
The hell are you doing?
Waiting, asking permission to speak.
Why?
You can just interrupt each other like we always do when we have a point to make.
Oh, he turned me to iron or metal in my nightmare. I think that's the same person we're talking about.
Mavis is gonna start crying at this point.
I can still probably notice it, so you probably might need to roll. I'm the only one that could. Wow!
No, she's not gonna try to hide it this time.
Wow,
Even though
the
it
one.
really could.
I like to look to cry. Apparently. So is it like just like this, like a small teardrop out of the eye, kind of like cinematic
Yeah,
scene,
not full
or
sobbing. Just kind of like, oh no. Like, it's now she's kind of realizing her dream wasn't just a dream, and it wasn't something she made up. Like it's settling and processing more and more.
God damn
Oh,
it,
man.
Bean.
Binge remembers everything in clarity as well.
Of course.
Mavis is leaking.
Sorry, I did not mean to offend you, Miss Mavis.
If if we're talking about dreams, I had one as well, and there's no hiding it, is it?
No, not without her.
I will
Turned on her mom mode.
Yeah,
Wait,
so
gotta make this roll too. Holy shit!
okay, so I'm gonna do this for Binge on his end because he's not deceiving it, but this is just for you guys seeing what Binge looks like.
Okay.
Syndra, you've seen Binge willing to actually charge toward enemies, even though he kind of has to power walk toward them.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not subtle about this at all. You can actually hear the slight rattle of his armor, but it's not the movement of him. It's more of him shaking inside the armor of fear. Adaria and Tyranny, you both can kind of see that this man normally would not complain or look sweaty when wearing his armor, but he has a lot of cold sweat as he continues his story of yes, I found myself in a cave and we were all fighting and well, black robe guy with mustache and eye thing touched me, and despite me putting a shield up, I could not move, and I started turning into iron, and he melted me. I could see myself being melted.
would Ed need iron for?
Iron, blessed by a god.
Well, I thought Bean hadn't received the god's blessing. Unless my brain's being dumb. I might be being dumb as a player.
He just didn't get the full blessing, like the super duper one.
Mm-hmm.
His armor is blessed.
Nice. So now is so what's the color of the orb or globe you put everybody in, Syndra?
The exterior, it's silver.
Hmm. Hmm.
Interior, it's a two-way. She's not being subtle about stay the fuck out.
No, that's perfectly fine.
We might need to move some people since, unless
I
I'm
just
being
assumed
double-
it's centered in the middle of the room. Kind of.
Yeah,
Ah, okay,
I'll
yeah.
just I'll flavor in. It's basically the entire room that you guys are all in. So
All right.
in fact, no, I'll just draw a shape here.
Does anybody else want to talk about their dream?
I fought a
That's
field filled with angry potatoes.
I'd had a
That doesn't
comfortable morning.
surprise me.
I had a comfortable morning where I wasn't being threatened as a key to something.
I was melted and
It was a. Never mind. I was trying to get Mavis to talk about hers.
oh,
I got a glimpse of what my parents might have looked like. And of me when I first woke up, before I was turned into iron by Ed, who was trying to get this book. She holds up her book.
So I was right. Let me ask you a question. You can read things that are in there. And I've seen you write it. Have you ever tried writing to get a response?
I haven't.
Because clearly you're reading what others are writing.
I guess I am. Oh, I'm gonna show her the 3 new entries.
We
yes,
see it.
yeah, you should
Oh
be able
yeah,
to
I
see.
can't remember if they can read it or not.
They are able to read it.
Okay.
Ha! Outrage just looks at it for a laugh for a minute. Oh wait, this didn't happen yet, did it?
It didn't happen in our timeline.
Ugh.
We could have easily went to go fight the gnolls instead of going back to Manzato.
That makes things a different story now. Because now, I know for a fact that I'm not the only me, and Ari isn't the only Ari out there.
Oh, whoops! I just realized that some of the. Ooh, hold on. Let me do one thing because I just realized I was not properly copying and pasting some of the stuff.
Oh, there's more. Yay.
Yes, there is. I do apologize, but this is just a DM mistake.
Nah, you're fine.
How
I
dare
have,
you?
How dare you take our lore away from us?
There we go. That was the other things that was supposed to be there.
always gotta find Maves
Oh God.
in the
And you see
notes.
some of them. Yep.
Was in notes?
Yeah.
Yep. Here we go.
No, it's in
That's-
treasures, and it's
Okay.
like towards the bottom. Yeah.
I just did show the
Or
player.
items. Yeah. Huh. At least know that name.
Matthias or Primus?
Oh, Primus. Considering Aurum had mentioned him from time to time. Speaking of which, I haven't seen him in forever, but meh. Also, I see we have ruined the Stormforge version, so that's a plus.
Or that hasn't come to be, and the ones that we put in power need to be assholes.
These are not. If I'm understanding correctly, Tiernan, it's not a has or hasn't happened yet. It's a parallel. Which means it is happening now.
So what you're saying is we should just burn the city down and be done with it?
I'm saying that whatever we did here has no bearing on what happened there. We have no story. As far as we know, they went in, talked to the Red Fox, got completely stupid, and were like, yes, let's let the Red Fox and the nice, happy Cult of the Stars have their fucking fun with it all. They seem like good, trustworthy people.
As you say that, Tyrannon's ears perk up and he looks at Aderia. They were nice when we first walked in.
Fuck them. Just spit on the ground.
As I said, we don't have concept.
No, I
So,
just
under
forgot.
that theory. No, I was just saying.
Yes, I just forgot about that point until just then.
Under that theory, instead of us meeting up with in the temple, having the curse removed, I had the curse removed, of course, by a bunch of druids. Ari had her curse removed by our nice little primal friend in the temple. Maybe we both got stupid and decided that Yingul would be a great one.
Well, if I'm reading this correctly, then maybe that Ari still had her curse, and it was before the temple. If I'm reading how it's since saying it negated such, maybe it got worse, and we never even died in the first place, and reset a few things. So perhaps we're just.
Exactly.
So what you're saying is that these two, points at Tyrion and Ari, who's down the hall, dying may have put us off the parallel, so to speak? A wrench?
Every iteration changes depending on everything. She puts a like cup or something on the table. Assume there's always a thing. There's a timeline where I didn't just put a cup on the table. And there's a timeline where I didn't just do this, and she's just like full on just like slides it off onto the ground. Lets it break. That's the amount of change that can have full impact on everything that occurs. The thing is, what Ed is doing is attempting to use all of us for materials, clearly. And every iteration is his attempt to succeed. He hasn't yet. And at the same time, he is succeeding. The problem with this is, being that he is a wizard, and as you've seen, he messes with time. He probably sees other parallels and glimpses, but he can't control them, which would be why he needs the book. He needs to be able to see it and talk to himself. Compare notes. Speed up the process. But that also creates another problem, meaning that we can't just defeat him in our timeline, our parallel. We have to defeat him across all of them at the same time, or at least the ones in which he hasn't already been defeated. which is entirely possible. Because
How?
each of you, clearly, some of you have been through it, and as Death last night explained to me, some of us are fresh, and some of us have been through this a few times. But he did point out something important. No matter how many of us are out there across different parallels, it's all the same soul. The only thing we have to be careful of is not to annihilate everything, which he also stated would be a problem if I ever figured out the exact truth of certain things as to how many of me were out there and other things. So I don't think we're allowed to do certain things, but we can definitely mess with others. In other words, Ed is trying to win by doing multiple variations to find out which one works. We, while we don't have the same tools as him because of his magic, can do the same thing.
So what, we're essentially just playing chess on multiple boards and trying to win every board?
No. Because 90% there's a chance and a probability that every other single one is trying to do the same thing. Of course, not the version LC here, which is, well, that's Indra and Arya.
Well, assuming that the books aren't the only thing, what if our dreams are also variations that have met their cruel demise in one way or another?
That would make sense.
This is why I generally didn't wish to dip into this all this time thing, but here we are. Is there any way to feasibly get outside the spectrum where we could defeat him all at once, even if we are all one soul power friendship bullshit?
There has to be.
Only thing I know, and according to this, Ed can rip holes in reality. The closest thing we have to anything of that power level would probably have to be the, my better half, so to speak. And I don't think I can really convince her, considering how many times I've probably fallen into the abyss with this. Meaning I've probably done this many times over.
Outside of that problem, didn't you mention that Ed has her?
Would make sense then on how he'd be able to rip holes into reality, considering she would exist outside it.
And you see, that's the thing. That's why I went to Death. Because we got to see multiple variations of him. Or at least I have. And they were all self aware of the fact that they were variations of themselves across multiple timelines, which means death exists outside of it. I guess I should put this as another point. I think death has been bringing some of us here as a way to do it. So, in other words, the universe is trying to stop Ed, and Ed is trying to break the rules of the universe.
Alright. So I guess then where do we begin all this crazy bullshit? Because I'm kind of getting tired of just get stronger. Because I've been hearing that mantra for about 3 weeks now.
I won't say anything then. We find a way to lock him in.
There are ways. I imagine the exact same way as he took others, as he creates his armors, as he does other things with those gems.
Tyrion takes out his necklace. Kind of just holds it up.
Let me just roll this now.
Does it work through the dome? Is the question.
It
Should.
does. That's why I rolled a D100. Zarin, it's pointing in the same direction. Northeast.
This seems heavily linked to him for a reason. Maybe gestures to the magical ones. You two can figure out a way to use it more than just a compass.
By the way,
Oh, go ahead.
Syndra, you still have your detect magic up, right?
Yeah.
Since it's now that Tyrion is fully exposing this, and you finally isolated yourselves in a nice little hut. There is a lot of transmutation and necromancy coming from that little thing in his hand, as well as abjuration. Let me just check. How high does it show levels of the spell?
Nah, it just shows the class and school usually in different colors.
Yeah, that's it.
It's only a first level spell. It's not that advanced, sadly.
I'd hope for it, but no.
Now I have a question, Syndra. Considering this is probably bound to add, well, multiple variations of such, is there a way that you can use this to rip a hole in time like he did, and at least get me to the, Miser, what was the name of the cosmic space that I was in multiple times now? My brain's just derping as a player.
The demon web.
Yeah.
Loth's demon web.
The demon web, preferably somewhere that exists outside of time. There, I could at least contact part of the fading dragon and maybe do something stupid.
I can't rip it open because of that. But given time, I could probably rip open space with that.
Hmm. I'll keep that on the back burner then, because I think we at least have a way to start eradicating Ed multiple times over. Considering the demon wind is just parallel universes all intertwined. We may have to burn a few bridges and also piss off another god in the process. Though, then again, I'm not really a fan of spiders.
Ugh. You see Binge shudder at that.
Also, I'm pretty sure tearing in that'll make your little war probably go a little bit better, all things considered.
I may have a way to get in contact with somebody who's been very agitated with the Queen of Spiders.
Is it who I think it is?
Yes,
Ugh.
it is going to hurt.
I think
But
that's something we might want to wait on.
oh, thank God.
There is magic that might. I could look into the theory of it. It was. Necromancy was the one that I got into early on because of my ambitions.
The
But I would need time to study.
Binge looking a little bit quiet on his end. Then just adds, perhaps this is stretch in the dark, but he looks over to Mavis. She melted you as well?
Yes.
Maybe he turns people to metal and makes them into those armors?
Yeah.
Apparently,
Or
all he needs is
dragons.
a dehydrated dragon head to do it as well. Which
Or a
is
dragon.
be weird because if I have my soul, but also my soul is in that blue armor, if I wear that, are there two of me?
No.
Wait, Mavis, did you see anyone in your dream at all other than Ed?
Someone named. Oh shit! I wrote it down. Is it Akra? Am I saying
Mhm.
that right? Yeah.
Was she wear bleh. Were they wearing any armor at all?
Yeah. It was. Have we seen it before? Like, is that something I could give like a?
Well, you literally saw it, so.
No, I know, but I meant like, have we seen the armor before that
Yes,
I can
many
give like
times
a
over.
reference?
The group
We
has seen the
have-
armor, so
I-
if you give it like a robe general.
Listen, I don't have the mental capacity to hold all these things.
You're like
No,
that guy who's
no.
like, oh my god, all this information.
I don't think Mavis has.
No, Mavis has not seen that particular individual.
Yeah.
If
We as a party have.
if she had, I would have actually had her roll something in particular. But she has not.
Okay, yeah, see, I don't know.
Was it blue, red?
It was
I would remember
white and red.
any other features?
With horns on the helmet.
Alright, now
There
we
it
know what
is.
Mavis's soul is. So this begs the question, whose soul was in the red one?
So does everybody
the
know
dragon.
except for me?
The
Oh, it's
soul in
just
the
a
red armor was a red. I'll tell you that.
The armor you just described is very similar to one of the armors that now follows Ed.
Meaning that he probably melted you down and fused whoever was in that armor with part of your soul. So, you could be at least somewhat reassured on that.
They saved me? Do I, as an adult, remember this?
Now you do.
Well, now, okay. At first I didn't, though. But now I
You,
remember.
you remember up until the point where the individual known as Akra was taking you out of the house.
Okay.
And the way she was carrying you was a protective manner, as a adult would carry a child out of a burning house or remains of it.
Okay.
Miser, since I've seen all the armors, can you give me just a quick brief rundown of all of them? Because my brain's being really dumb.
You know what? I will do you. Let me just make sure I got the.
Because I know, because I think the only three of us that have seen the full set now is just me, Rasputin, and Tyrannin.
Yep. Black with a
Mhm.
great sword, red. Oh, we haven't seen new red actually.
Yeah.
Uh,
We seen blue, we seen horned.
Blue with a bow.
I will just.
I saw most of them together on the ship.
Yes, although remember you did defeat the first version of the Red Knight.
And you're the only one that's seen the new one.
No, I saw second red.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
That's
like
why
you're
we're
the
saying
only
you're
one
the
that.
only one.
Well, and I think Ari No, Ari was gone by that point. No, wait. Ari and Mavis.
She saw it through fucking creepy bug.
Yeah. All right. So
Smiley.
he's
Smiley.
major, second in power, and it's close shortens. All right. We do
But I remember
know that.
the Horn Knight at
Yeah. And I
on the
remember.
ship.
The
Yeah.
one on the ship was the Horn, Black, and Red Knight. I guess we'll call it the first version of the Horn of the Red Knight.
All right.
Yeah,
so
that's
we,
right. Because I was sitting there thinking, wow, that's not some Baba Yaga shit.
Oh, we. Oh yeah, we've seen the green. Wheels.
I don't think I've seen Green yet.
You haven't. Only.
We saw him.
You know.
Yeah, I
Also,
haven't seen Green and Blue yet. Or wait.
Rasputin saw the green one.
Wait, were they all together when Ed dropped you guys down the hole?
No,
Yeah.
it was just black,
All
horned, blue, and
green.
green was there. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then I have seen all of them because Smiley was seeing them.
God, I hate that one. But I love it.
And since I haven't revealed the blue one,
That's fine. All right. So we know this one, the blue, is Tyranids. We know at the very least Mavis may have some connections to the horned one. Going out, we know the black one was the king of Cormia, which would relate to Rasputin. That only leaves the green, the which I can go out on a limb and say that's probably where my other self is going to get shoved into.
Oh, it's not going to be a shitty yellow, a gold one.
No.
Ugh. Sorry, past feelings.
God damn it.
Could be worse. Could be a trash yellow.
So then what that would leave? What else then?
Well, it depends. Is he going to collect the whole chromatic spectrum? Because then he would need a purple and a yellow and an orange, and
Gray.
then he would, then it's the question: is he moving to chromatics or gems? And it's,
I think
no,
you're
it's
looking
metallics.
at it a little bit too in depth. Most of these armors seem to be taking into the same spectrum of that Death had mentioned and using our soul since they're all bonded together and since we're in here. So we're more like test subjects rather than him going through the full spectrum for him to test more and better armors.
well, I should just call this guy the Crimson Knight now, since he's no longer just improved.
True.
Okay, so that's something I hadn't thought about. Which is either Ed has to protect himself against us,
Or use us to protect himself with
or he's trying
ourselves.
to protect himself against something far worse by creating better and better killing machines.
Tyrion, can you roll me a history?
Oh fuck.
I know.
Oh no!
Come on, buddy.
I believe. I can give you a plus d6 if you need it.
11.
Hold on. I'll roll the d6. So what? 14.
You vaguely remember, it has been a while, but during your fight with the Venom Hand, very briefly, you vaguely recall a small, weird, floating, robotic one-eye thing.
I was actually about to bring that up.
Okay, good.
So, Ed is trying to destabilize the natural order, right?
correct.
Is there some sort of god that is all about that?
Primus.
Right.
Yep.
So, most
No,
likely, he's trying to
Primus is the god of order itself.
then, as somebody who's doing everything in his insane magical power to disrupt that order, wouldn't he be irritating Primus on a severe level?
Oh, what if he's using variations that make it further and further down the line to make better and better armors that die off?
I. Does this Primus make metal people things?
No,
Think
no, he
again.
doesn't. Oh wait, fuck, he died. My brain. Well, Adari's never interacted with it, so she's interacted with Arum, who's literally a flesh person.
So are you rolling the religion for Syndra?
Let's see if
Primus man.
Syndra knows would have any idea what the fuck he was just talking about. And so yeah, imagining with a 16, it's like, well, I guess you could say Modrons would be a metal.
Yeah, monodrons, dualdrons. You heard about the vast army or the little the living cogs, as what we call them, for the plane of Mechanus and its god Primus.
Yes, the plane of Mechanus.
I have
Cogs.
noticed more than one time small metal things with eyes during some of our fights.
Should we be worried about them?
If we
My
are not
understanding
part of the natural order anymore.
My understanding is you only see a Modron once it's about to annihilate you.
It just kind of watched and then floated away.
Is that back when we were still having that weird problem where I kept feeling like there was supposed to be someone and God, that still bothers.
I believe so, yes.
But if it is a temporal thing, then if someone was slipping in out of our reality, that would explain the holes. Especially if the Modrons were trying to correct it. But then that would raise the question why they're fixing it for one parallel and not the entirety.
Maybe Ed's too strong and's been taking out the drones before they can fix multiple problems, or sends the armor, which don't really have any living beings in them, so to speak, so maybe get the drop on the drones. I don't know enough about these, to be honest, so I might just be talking out of my ass.
Needless to say, what we need to do is somehow beat Ed at this situation. I have some ideas. Some things that Ed might never have considered. But I would be loath to think that going to Primus or something like that would fix this. That would be. My understanding of things with that is there's a reason you don't run into too many clerics of Primus.
Oh, I've seen one. It didn't seem to be ending well considering he was fading in and out of existence.
Exactly. Because they're either perfectly fine, or there's not too many people willing to follow something that will annihilate you rather than have any kind of conversation if you don't meet the requirements. In other words, I think Primus would just annihilate everything. And the problem is, we're dealing with a situation, according to Death, where we're not talking about just dying and constantly redoing this. If we fuck this up, we don't exist. Which I guess in
And
some ways is probably better than dying.
you know, I'm quite curious though on one thing, why I've been so drawn to this. And she'll pull out the moon tear flower and just throw it, or not throw it, because that'll fucking break the glass.
I was about to say, if
Fucking
you're throwing
yeet.
it, if you're throwing,
Nope.
I'm gonna have to make you roll that strength or athletics at that point.
She's placing it on the table. This may be able to help as well, as it does like to do some soul separating or soul recombining.
Say that again.
Soul separating or soul combining.
And how?
Oh,
I
fucking.
will. I
Yeah,
will.
no, I
For you.
remember as a player. Now I got it. There are 3 recipes, which I have none of. I was given one, and not told which one it would do. That can either make a poison that could kill almost anything, could give the ability to rip souls essentially apart, the brain, or can combine all of my souls together into one weird amalgamation. Sorry, it's been a while, Miser, but I do remember this much.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
You watch as Syndra, she goes from this, like, just kind of, like half closed eyes staring at you over her glasses to like this like one sided smile just kind of creeps up the side of her face. Really? Well. And who told you that?
That would be our good friend. Fuck, I forget her name now. Fucking old kobold lady that gave me one of the
Gabala?
recipes.
Yeah, Bala.
Yeah, Ibala did. She even gave me one of the recipes. Didn't tell me which one it did.
Considering we can't let her die. As she Sin points at the book. That makes it a
She
very interesting thing.
she might have all 3 recipes. She just
Not
doesn't
only
want me
might
to.
she have all 3 recipes, she might not be playing the game.
That or she was waiting till we were more ready to come to her in order to start the process, since she might be outside of everything.
I really need to win.
Oh shit, I forgot about that.
Tyrannin,
Yeah.
can you roll me another history
Damn it.
Tiernan, I believe in you, buddy.
at advantage? While, by the way,
19!
Hold on. Nah, never mind. I'll let it go. I'm not gonna give it a cosmic omen. I think you'll be fine.
I mean, good try. Can help.
Fuck it. Why not? It might actually help in this scenario. Let's go. 20.
Damn, that was what you just needed because it was a DC 20. You, Tyrannin, you recall your first meeting with Yabala. It seemed too awfully coincidental that she was there when you guys were resting.
I
With
think
pack of-
Syndra's onto something with that. She seemed to know where we were when we were taking that break all those days ago. And just showed up when the... What was it? T-Rex showed up as well.
I remember that.
So what you're saying is we're going to have to really now hope to God we win, and there's not a whole other war breaks out where she dies.
Oh, fuck. I woke up. Sorry, I need to read something. This one? Can't save. Ooh.
Hey,
First success.
excellent. I was hoping you were gonna remember.
No, we got wrapped up into the timey-wimey bullshit.
Yes, I understand. So,
We got wrapped into the plot.
so I want to say, how does Tyranny look to everybody else? I mean, Tyranny, describe how you're changing for them.
You'll see. It would actually be when he was pounding on the door. Edra, you would remember that he like he would wake up. He woke up every morning just paralyzed.
Mhm.
But today he woke up early, and you just see like coursing through the more stone-like or more crystal-like portions of him are just these lightning bolts of energy. And he like even in this conversation he's participating more. He seems even somewhat jovial, like he's good, like he's having a good day.
Hmm.
By the way,
What's
I'm
up?
just gonna add this now for you, Tyranny, because you rolled, and with Adaria's help, you got the history of 20. You recall that? Who gave you that gem?
I
That you
know
didn't
who
know
gave
about?
me that stone.
I think that's why he remembered
Yeah.
that he had to roll for it.
Oh, yeah, exact. Why do you? Yeah. It's all she. Wait. This is when he even realizes I didn't wake up. I. And then it just kind of like it all surges at once, and you see like just in the picture, like it all just like glows that really blue, bright sapphire blue.
Huh. All right.
She gave that to me.
God, she's prepping us to fight Ed.
Syndra, can you roll me a history?
Fucking hell. Hold on, I'll give her my last boost. There you go.
All right.
Is it 19?
Ironically, the DC did went down by 1 because
Oh
Tyranny.
my god.
But Syndra, when Arizel and Tyranny died, who was there to help you?
Fucking hell.
Well, Zavon helped me, but that was
No. Who
Ivala.
opened up? Yeah. She opened up a portal for us to get Tannen and Arizel back. And knew how to do it and exactly what to do.
And she seems older than she's supposed to.
So either she's working for Ed, or
She wants to
Yeah.
get Ed out of here.
because the only thing she seemed to give a shit about was the Slumbering Mountain.
You know, I've been wondering. What if she's an avatar of the mountain?
I don't think a creature like that would give a shit, but that's not saying that I haven't run into other beings who would not. Also, she is a primal. That was stated to us.
I thought she gave up her primal rank, actually.
She still was one.
Okay. I forgot if she just gave up her powers, kind of like...
This one I'll give to you guys because you're slightly mixing it up. She gave up her right to become a primal.
Yeah, okay.
Oh.
That's what I figured.
There is a serious possibility about this, you know.
The only question that's bothering me, why does she want us to succeed against Ed so much? She's prepping us with the tools to be able to do it.
Because if I'm correct about where we are in reality, it's not a really good place. You know how they kept referring to the Great Maw and a lot of other things like it was just out back?
More or less.
You know how. Oh, how do they call it? The world tree, the planes, how they kind of lay in a certain order?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we're a lot closer to the abyss than we are the prime material.
That would make sense considering something the fading dragon said to me about. Hold on, I have to actually pull up the notes. My brain is really going to shit right now.
I'll do the courtesy of just this.
Thank you. Talking about void, erasure, and abyss, though there was a lot of blanks that were missing.
You get the feeling there was more to it, but that was the only sentence you could understand.
She had also mentioned, which got me on this whole thing that I had talked about before, about how this had already happened before. Or at least cyclically.
Adaria, can you roll me a history?
Pain.
Oh, 23. Fuck you.
Hey.
Who was it that you were having a nice consolation about the stars?
Yeah, and the fading dragon. I know
Uh-huh.
who I was. Yeah, she's the one who told me about it and where our name came from. Fuck my. Literally the one question I had asked her and the only consolation she had mentioned to me, fading dragon, when I had asked. God damn it. She's the one who told me and set me on the path to find the fading dragon. Great.
Not that we have any other option anyway. I guess we're all in agreement that we're going to gear up, head back to Nzato, and head south to the outpost, right?
Might as well, because pretty sure we're getting close to time for Tiernan to fight someone.
Yes.
5 weeks.
On the
Which, if
way,
we cover by land, that would be.
we might
So,
need to take a shortcut through the desert. See if I can find an eternal flame.
according to the book, that would be suicide.
No, we just need to bring lots of water.
Well,
And if you...
according to a vision I got, I've told you this before. No, that's the actual item. Did I put it in my notes? I don't have to. My lazy ass doesn't have to actually find it. No, of course I didn't. There it is. Breathe fire before the storm. The storm shall spread the fire, whirling death. Seek out fire that is unquenched. Seek out storm that is grounded. We await the return.
I think you're wrong, Tiernan.
What'd you
Sin
say?
says as she literally as she looks at you, hears it out. She like suddenly is like, "I think you're wrong."
I take things very literally.
That's why I think it's wrong. We already found a storm that was grounded, did we not?
My blades changed when I stabbed it. Just for a moment.
We went and found. Oh God, I can't remember his name.
Rhonda.
We found Rhonda, The other half of the storm, a being of lightning and power that was grounded. So, what would be a fire that is unquenched? It was my understanding when the hunger came out, that wasn't the one. I remember Yabala saying that wasn't necessarily the one that would come out of that location. So we have to question, what is a storm that spreads fire? Well, actually, I think this is a multi-part one. Because I want to think about this. When we brought down that piece of shit storm, and Rhonda took back the power and became that new being, everybody was waiting for it. Everyone we've assisted and actually aided was waiting for that to happen. Think about it. A fire that is unquenched is a questionable thing. Are we talking about another primal? Are we talking about a volcano for that matter? Are we talking about the desert? That just seems very odd.
We have not heard of a primal flame. We know of Orcus, the demon prince of undeath, Leona, the primal watcher, Baractos, the one we saved, the first primal storm, Jade the hunger, Poshka the gardener, Shroud the dreamer, Hormak the primal dread, Zedia the primal winter, and Yengol the primal ruiner.
Exactly. We haven't asked either. Tell me, 2 weeks ago, did we have any idea that Rhonda would turn into something? You know,
Of course not.
3 weeks ago, did we have any idea Rhonda existed? We have to ask somebody who might know. At this
Ominence?
point, I mean, unless you really want to go back down to the coastline here with your other lizard folk friends and ask them, I would say Yabala is probably our best bet of finding out who that actually is. Unless,
The
of course, I just
primals.
realized it out of my head and I really hate that idea.
The primals watch the fights. They said that arena is watched by the primals. They did not say which ones. We just assumed it was the ones we knew.
I'm also worried that we might have actually already found the fire that is unquenched. Now that I think about it. And that actually bothers me far worse than I would like to think of.
And who would that be exactly?
I don't know, the world's, well, Faerun's worst fucking red dragon?
I don't think we want to stab that man.
I am not going to throw my life away like that.
It said seek them out. Nowhere in this does it say you're supposed to kill them. But the Inferno, I'm sorry, that is a statement about some kind of amount of fire, or a storm that spreads fire, or breathing fire. Or did we already complete this?
I have no idea.
Well, think about it. Breathe fire before the storm. We met Infernus before we met Rhonda. Or did we?
We did.
Yes, we did.
Actually, no. Because we met Rhonda right before we met, technically speaking, because we met Rhonda when we were coming back into Manzato.
Alright, so in other words, we might be going about this. So we found that the storm was grounded. We found Infernus.
You also met the other Primal Guardian too. Hold on. He did met this one as well with Leona.
Oh yeah.
Oh, right, the weird sphinxes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Sphinx duel.
Oh yeah, the Watchers of the Mount. Oh my god.
I wonder what that oh my god was.
The Slumbering Mountain, I forget. Was that a volcano?
It is a dragon.
I was gonna say, meta-wise, did we figure out who might be Eric?
Repeat that one more time. I didn't hear you.
I was gonna say, meta-wise, did we ever figure out, or did our characters ever figure out it might be Eric?
Maybe. You don't know.
I don't think we did.
I think we had theories, but
Yeah, I don't think we ever.
All you guys know is that the Sleeping Mountain, if it wakes up, just about everything is going to be killed, or at least put down to rest.
Tiernan looks at Popeye. You know, don't you?
Off.
Wait, hold on. I wish to know what Popeye knows.
Oh fuck!
Thank you. She resists my telepathy.
We're about to find out that Popeye has the same amount of magical power as the ferret.
Yeah.
Wait, how many transmuted animals are in here?
Let me put her here. My sweet girl.
Wait.
What I imagine is Tyrannid's like, I know what you know, and like, Tannen, put her down. I can talk with her.
That was the other thing too. I keep forgetting too about the tech magic too. It's just like 10 minutes and everything, and Popeye pops around the place.
That's fine.
Okay, so anyway,
No, it's better as a reveal. Like, yeah, and now you finally notice.
yes, the chicken Popeye looks right at you, Adaria, as you use that magic, and it just says very calmly, "Well, it's about fucking time you use that spell, you twit of an elf."
You know, I
She's
regret
poofy.
everything. I'm sorry, what did Tiernan say?
It's just that she's poofy. She's angry.
Yeah.
Alright. What exactly do you know, Popeye, about all of this? If your name even is Popeye.
No, that's what the dumb scaly one told. He's calling me.
Tannen, she's admiring your luster. Roll deception for that. I don't give a fuck.
I did brush today.
Okay, good. I don't have to roll deception.
No, she doesn't fucking care.
Okay, cool. Alright, then what is your actual name? So you just hear Adaria clucking at her.
Unfortunately, I lost my name. And this is the
Seems to be
result of my existence. Same for this one here. She basically gestures her beak toward the ferret that's just lounging there right next to Mavis.
like to also point out this is for any beast in the area, so it can technically be the ferret as well. It's not
Yeah,
limited to one.
Ferret is not talking, just watching.
Okay.
The cockroach in the corner. I was once a man.
The
Let
cockroach
me
in the
get.
corner is like, I must leave.
So bright. It's bright.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Scurry.
Chicken.
Self-preservation.
Chicken run.
Let me guess. You once fought Ed Dominguez, and then he turned you into a chicken.
Wow. Was that an easy 1+1 question for you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Would you prefer something more elaborate of 2 plus 2, you fucking bird?
Ah, please. At least I can provide eggs. I'm not
There's a
entirely
joke to that, and I'm not even going to respond.
Yeah, no, that she just kind of ruffles the feathers. And at least I didn't become useless by turning my arm into, well, sticking my damn arm into a dangerous cursed gauntlet.
Oh,
Oh
I'm
my-
sorry. I forgot that you're just a wand-wielding chicken that doesn't do jack shit half the time and almost drowned many times over.
Yes, I blame that one. She gestures toward Tyrannus' direction.
Also, don't worry about the arm. That's getting an upgrade soon.
Yes, you should work on that. My suggestion, you do some preparations and stop bitching about the whole getting stronger thing. If you actually had seen what that monster can do, well, no, I'm pretty sure you must have. He technically will wipe the floor out of all of you.
Oh, I can understand that considering he just fucked with time and reached into me like it was nothing.
Oh, he reached into you. How romantic. With the sarcasm of a...
Oh, I'm
If I could
sorry.
just-
Did
if
I
could just
mention he also...
spit. I cannot, unfortunately.
That chicken has some sass.
I know.
Thank God you can't hear it.
Oh, I can just tell from its body language.
Yes, the head is actually moving in multiple ways.
You know, I
Yeah, she's
regret
mo-
everything of talking to this thing.
She is extremely adamant, more so than she had ever been before.
Best 3
Then put
gold
it
I
back
ever
in the bag.
spent.
Darren didn't put it back in the bag. I don't think we're going to get much else.
No.
Oh. I mean,
wish you could.
I am slightly grateful I can now actually talk to you in some degree of manner, but
Ask her why she doesn't respond when I speak to her telepathically.
Darren wants to know why you don't respond to him whenever he tries to reach into your mind.
oh, that's because I have protection against that.
You got mental protection, Taryn.
Oh. What a cool chicken.
Oh, dear God. Taryn, she was someone that was also twisted by Ed.
Yeah, that's a cool ferret.
Also someone twisted by Ed. I'm pretty sure every animal that is magically inclined has been twisted by Ed at this point.
Oh, there was another chicken.
Yes,
No,
he
I
was
don't-
also affected by Ed.
Are you fucking kidding me? You just see Aderia in her normal voice say, "Wow, I hate this place so fucking much.
How
All
many
I
other
wanted
magical
to-
pets have we seen?
All I
So what? Are we
wanted,
just in Ed's zoo now? Is that what it is?
You'll eventually might.
I just wanted a fucking flower. That's all I came for, and now I get roped into literal therapist for all the animals.
Well, there's
I
your
did not
flower.
ask you
It
to
might
be
kill
my
you.
therapist, you elf twit.
You're right. I'm just going to ignore you then. Gotta get back to the conversation.
Ah, yes. Try to annoy the chick. And she's ruffling her wings out a little bit.
So did she know anything about the primals?
I didn't ask because I'm kind of getting tired of her, but give me a second. So, Pop Pie, do you know anything about the primals?
Other than that, they're fragments.
Of?
Ruffles feathers. Come on now. You did the 1+1 and the 2+2.
Are they
You can eventually
really...
get to 100.
Wait, are all primals just fragments of the sleeping mountain? Slumber
To an
mountain.
extent.
Oh, you got to be shitting me. Then why the fuck did they fight each other and get separated?
I don't know. I mean, we didn't just experience seeing a primal ascend after killing one of its own.
So are the primal ascensions then just all insurance policies? So if they were to come to an end, to bring about the end of the world,
Now that's a little too much beyond my scope, and I happen to be a chicken now.
Adaria will explain everything that she just said and to the rest of the party. I'm not gonna repeat all that.
Again, Popeye ruffles feathers, looks over to the fairy, not showing any sort of interest right now. Looks back at you, Adaria, clucks again. Of, just to make sure, yeah, it's 10 minutes, alright. Now think about it. If, for example, you and you, she points to Syndra, were to supposedly fuse together, which one will be the dominant mind?
Depends. We could always test that theory. Points at the small glass sphere.
I
Now,
don't
would you
like where this is
actually?
going because I have no idea what they're talking about.
Popeye's bringing up the idea of what happens when two souls fuse, who would become more dominant.
The stronger one.
Thank you. The lizard brain actually knows.
So I would win.
No, I think mentally strong, Tyrion, not physically.
Then clearly I would, but that's besides the point.
You three daft dum-dums. There are other ways to weaken the other soul.
By splitting them in half into different pieces.
No, you little elf twit. You must dominate them. How else do you think that the Rhonda managed to defeat Namale?
Wait. If assumedly, each of these armors Ed makes are part of our souls, are you telling me we're going to have to dominate the own armors, don them?
That I don't know. That is beyond my own comprehension.
I hate this fucking place so much.
Ah, yes. Thank you. Join the club.
I literally just came to have a nice time, go for a smoke, get a flower, and leave. And now, fucking doing all this.
Ah, that's the adventurer's life. You gotta suck it up.
Not when I get roped into whatever.
Binge
At the
just
very...
looks at this whole transaction, looks over to Tyrion, then to Syndra, then to Armana. Why is this chicken clucking so much? Like it can
They're talking.
talk.
Because
Oh,
magic, it is talking.
oh,
Either
oh.
that, or Adaria is making it talk, which is really annoying.
No, trust me, I'm really not. It just doesn't want to shut up.
Pah! As a
Oh,
very sarcastic manner.
oh, thank God.
No, I can still
But
talk. It is
can
still
I just
10
end
minutes.
this? Can I just end the spell early because I'm not dealing with
Yes,
this?
you
All right, I
could.
will. It's like as soon as I can still
Wait.
talk. It hasn't been.
Wait, ask her her favorite type of seeds.
No. You just see Adaria like, you know that look Sidra always gives when she's just immediately done with that shit? Adaria to a T just perfects it and looks at Tyrion. No. And she'll pick up the moon tier glass sphere and put it in her bag.
I usually make her pick anyway.
Well, at the very least, we do know now that the primals are all fragmented souls and they're all vying for something. And maybe Ed's trying to mimic that with these multiple iterations over. Make his own pseudo-primals. Who the fuck even knows at this point? At this point, I think we're better off just gearing up, heading out, and who the fuck knows? I just want to get another arm that's not one that's pretty much fraying wood, falling apart, and giving me splinters. She kind of holds it up. It just looks like it's rotting away.
It is. It's pretty much.
There's a question.
I'm sorry, you're asking again, Moogle?
I was gonna say, with a 26, do I suddenly remember anything about primals? Like, who would be the top primal?
Yes, possibly. And what everyone's asking, or at least thinking, is the Sleeping Mountain itself. But
You just see Sin, who's just been sitting there, kind of, and then all of a sudden, son of a bitch. Why didn't I think about that?
About?
I know. Oh, bloody hell. So you know how this has all come back to where we're talking about, the first dragon, we're talking about all that stuff. I can't believe I couldn't think of it before. You know how we ended up with Tiamat and Ao and all that, right? In Bahamut, right?
Yeah.
Because
Sure.
Ao was split in Asagoth was split in half by an adamantine axe wielded by a giant fucking primal.
Oh,
Made of
fuck me.
so many things. He was like a living volcano with a horn of lightning.
What the fuck? Ah,
We are stupid.
Oh my god. We literally have a deadline to keep Eric Huss from awakening.
1, 2, 3,
wait.
4 and a
So if he
half.
does that, then that means what? None of the gods will ever exist anymore.
No, Eric was the strongest being that fought against in the war. Against the gods on a bier. Before the Sundering. He has
you'll.
an axe that's
And there are 4 of us: a ferret, a chicken, a crew of pirates, and Midge.
Hi.
Hello.
I think we can win.
Oh, shit, right. Ari's in the corner. 5 of us.
I mean, we can probably win. The problem is we need to be geared up to win.
To fight. Okay.
Yeah, we're probably going to die many times over. But who's to say we haven't already?
Well, according to that, Ari died.
Gestures
Yeah.
to the book. I think we have.
Exactly, so maybe we're the lucky ones and we die immediately.
I don't
Okay,
really consider myself lucky.
First of all, we have that. She points at the flower. Either way, what it turns out, if it binds them together or separates them, we have a chance.
I'm gonna give this to you also, Syndra, since he did roll that really high history. You vaguely recall when Rasputin was talking about his time, or at least his conversations with Ed, how Ed seems to have a dislike for gods and dragons.
Just dislikes everything. Oh my god.
Then kind of stops, leans back. She has her hand to her mouth. That brings up a very odd problem. Because either one of those, terrible idea. I mean, one's a terrible idea. The other one is just an idea that I don't like to have in my head. Wait. Okay, that makes it even worse. Makes that far worse. She points at Popeye. She said the stronger will, right?
More or less.
And as we know, the primals are all fragments, right?
Yes.
The problem that was stated earlier was that to become a primal, you have to be a native, right?
That's why even though I'm filled with ley line energy now, I will not be a primal.
Are you from Toril?
Am I?
Yes.
Yes.
Then I call bullshit. Because at the end of the day, if they're from Abia and we're from Toril, we were from the same fucking world at one time.
So this place doesn't take into the account that we're technically all of the same plane. It disregards it. So that was a lie that we were told that we wouldn't chase power.
But there's the thing.
Go on.
Like, I did.
And your body wasn't ready for it yet.
But
As
she
you
was
can-
also the one that told us that I would not become a primal, but yet gave me the
Gave you-
stone.
And the abilities to become one.
Tiernan, let me ask you a question. If I told you you'll never become a dragon again, what? Is it going to stop you from doing it?
No.
But if you were a hatchling right out of the egg, and you were told you'll never be a dragon, you get what I'm saying, Tyrion. You'll become a dragon. But being told by somebody who you think is telling you the truth doesn't mean it's right.
Or they can just be withholding stuff as we
Or they're playing to my weaknesses, which would make me go after it even more aggressively.
Because the fact is,
Which I did.
let's be honest, in the next room over, there's somebody who definitely wasn't born on this world. And yet, she's gaining powers given by a primal that's changing her. She's become a native by her own words. So it's bullshit, Tiernan. Which means there is a very serious problem that I just came to realize. Ed's not trying to stop the primal. In fact, if anything, perhaps what he's really trying to do is mitigate which ones get into power, which ones grow, which ones gain strength. And the armors are doing that, making sure which ones come out. Remember at the hot springs? It brought out today the hunger, right? Yabala said that wasn't the strongest one that could have come out of there.
So he's basically cherry picking so he can make his own primals and have the armors take over since they are inherently souls.
No.
He's cherry picking so he makes sure that he has a stronger will.
Bingo. So when Eric Husk wakes the fuck up, their real name is now Ed. Because now you have a being that kills gods.
So let me just put this into perspective now. We're fighting to basically gain the primals before Ed does.
And we need to make sure the strongest primals are around.
No, we're not fighting to that. At the end of the day, we've already been given the tool to do it. We have to do it before Ed gets the chance to become the strongest. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter which primal ends up with the strongest will. Because according to Yabala, it just goes on a rampage and then splits apart.
But if it had Ed's magic, it could go anywhere.
If it had Ed's magic, he doesn't have to worry about fucking with the weave. He can go kill the gods and take over their powers to do it.
Adaria. Wow, my throat.
Die.
Adaria, your chest hurts a little bit.
Ow. The hell?
And as you rub it, you do recall that was the exact same spot that Ed pulled your other self out.
Wait. Oh shit. What are the odds that my other self also might be used to fuse with the primal and start forcing reality bullshit around? Considering she exists outside of the realm where most gods exist.
Allow me to put it into another perspective. She kind of pulls out a couple of small objects, bottles or something, sets them there.
Yeah.
Here, you have a bunch of armors and colors of a normal dragon, right? But a specific one. Tiamat. Speculatively speaking, they are only the souls of the best and finest of their chromatic equals. So there's one half of one, something able to conquer and fight back against Eric. He would still need the chromatic or the metallic ones. But then what you're talking about, Adaria, as you've mentioned before, it is a being that exists outside of the spheres. Which means it exists in a place where the laws of gods and primals don't exist. Frankly, your other half is the fucking linchpin he needs to unravel everything. And I think he has the ego to do it without realizing that I don't think he knows how to put it back together again.
Would make sense on why she said it was happening again. Because she knew the moment that Ed had it, going to start the cycle of all the shit going to hell. So I guess we have a more moved up time scale now.
The problem is we never knew the time scale in the first place. So it's irrelevant.
I mean, it's still relevant to what we're fighting, but just imagine it's probably a lot worse than it would have been if had I not been in the position I was in.
So-
Cynthia,
Hmm?
can you roll me another history?
I got nothing for you, but
It wasn't too high, but something is itching in the back of your mind. Something that the Red Knight was doing, and what Arizel had to do. And you're looking in your pocket, or at least where are your possessions.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Daggers
And
again?
We still have the key.
And you do recall that Arizel had mentioned something about how persistent the Horned Knight was after her when she got the dagger.
Looks like we're heading south again.
We're going to try to wake up the strongest hunger, aren't we?
No. Because I want to ask you all a question, and I need to know one thing first, before we progress beyond this. Because at the end of this, we're going to have to pull some complete bullshit. And I have a feeling that we're going to require this. Can we all be open about everything? If we have any more dreams, any more encounters, any more situations, any more secrets, all you have to do, say the word, we get inside this nice little protective thing, so nothing else can peer in, and talk about it. And by that, we all trust each other.
Popeye flaps feather wing direction outward. Bah!
I mean, I see no reason why. Why not?
No. Feather wing is pointing. And I'll just grab this. Pointing that way.
Are you referring to Ari?
Bah!
I don't want to cast a spell again. I really don't.
Just stares at you intently.
I'm wasting spell slots on this fucking animal.
It's
Fuck
downtime.
it. I
It is
know.
down.
Animals isn't ritual?
No.
No,
It
Cassie's
is.
have one
Well,
action.
well, actually, it is.
Oh.
Didn't
Yeah.
take a minute to cast it.
Well, 10 minutes, but yeah. What? Looks at Popeye.
Ah, you put the spell back up. Thank you. I was just referring. Shouldn't she not know the information there, or she's just going to keep sleeping?
I will inform her
I
when
will
she
inform
wakes
her.
up.
Okay.
Very well. At least now somebody's starting to someone's understanding the situation.
I hate everything about this, but... Now, here's a question that I'm quite curious on, which may be for better or for worse.
If
Do
I
we
can
want
answer.
to... No, this is more so to everyone. Do we want a potion that can separate, or a potion that can fuse?
Use.
And this brings me to my next point. Are we going to start fusing ourselves with primals and become them?
No.
Then what do you want to do since there's no secrets?
Sin kind of stops. You see, that was what I was talking about earlier. To be certain, we have to make sure all of the Eds in all of the timelines are at the exact same point.
If you can shove that potion in his mouth, I would be surprised.
Do you have a better idea?
Not really at the moment. but I usually wing it anyway, so.
Because my understanding is I might be able to do the exact same spell he's been doing. It's very high level, very powerful, very expensive. But if we can put all of Ed in one place, I can lock him inside of a little gem and wedge him up a Tarrasque's ass for all it matters. But that will be Ed in one spot for eternity. He won't get to die and go to the heavens or hells and cause shit there. It'll just be Ed in a tiny little room for the rest of time.
Well, if you find a way to get the potion in his mouth, then all more power to you. But at the time being, I still need to get this fixed, and I don't plan on doing anything else currently outside of reading, so we should probably, as I say, get on it.
My
My question is why do we have to make it now? Oh, sorry.
the chicken clucks and just says, "Yes, I suggest you talk to that dwarf woman. She should be able to make you an arm."
Oh, because this armor only will last a little bit longer, and I at least want a decent basis for it. So
Yes, I
put the
suggest you
orichalcum
go
around.
to it now.
No, that was the Syndra, but also.
No, that's
I
that's
mean,
unless you turn the spell off, the chicken is still talking to you.
Yeah, I know. I know.
there is a possibility, and while I'm still into it, I have a spell I haven't deciphered yet. But it would definitely do something against you. I mean, it would be a skeletal arm hanging off there.
No, I prefer the wood. Thank you. Plus, I think that would work a little bit better with orichalcum, and rather than mixing magic arms with other weirder magic, as
I
opposed to the
suggest
magic
you
I
get some
understand.
ironwood while you're at it.
Yeah, I don't know where I'm going to grab that, but I'll make do. Unless you know a place, weird chicken.
I'm gonna open up Popeye sheet.
They fucking know. What does she fucking know where to get iron ore? I'm gonna cry.
Well, she's the second smartest person sitting at this table.
You're right. The ferret's smarter.
Actually, Amarna's probably got a pretty high intelligence.
I think Adaria has decent. I think she's
Where
a
is
little.
your sheet, you blessed?
She's
I think-
wise as shit. She's
Yeah, I think Adaria and Tyrion have very similar intelligences.
14.
There you go.
16.
Yeah, you're higher. I'm more wisdom built, but I have a 20 whiz, so.
Yeah. Tyrion's actually decently smart when he pays attention.
What do you... Oh my god, she knows!
It wasn't even an advantage, but I just rolled it. But anyway,
First one was the crit.
yeah. Again, Popeye looks at you, Adaria, and then just says, "You do know why I was in the port city of Manzado, right? Besides being cooped up."
Please tell me you at least smuggled some ironwood so I don't have to go back and forth between the blacksmith and here to make me.
Unfortunately, that was probably well before I became chicken. But
Do they at least.
there is a crop of, I believe, some dried up ironwood in that boat.
It's in the boat near the fucking camp, isn't it?
Yes.
Cannon!
Ah, what?
We're going back to the ocean razors.
Cool.
Good, you can ask them about fire
Yeah,
and other primals.
I was already planning on doing that.
Cool, because I have to go steal this shit to get some ironwood that's left on the boat.
Why don't you just ask for it? They already said we could go and look.
Actually, that. Ah, fuck it, why not? We'll just ask.
I
No,
mean,
they don't
they-
understand when I say anything.
Yeah, they. Oh, yeah, that's probably why you think you have to steal it. No, they said we could check the ship. We just kind of, got busy. I was planning on doing that too while I was down there.
Well, I guess we know where we're heading a little bit.
Cool.
And of course, the chicken looks over to the ferret, pecks the ferret. The ferret is just ignoring, while the Popeye is just, come on now. I know you can talk.
Gonna turn that off again because I don't want to hear this shit.
No, please don't. Just try to get it to talk to us.
Does not seem to be very interested at all in talking right now.
Yeah, that's what I figured. No, I think she's more interested in poking the ferret. But, what are you three doing? Technically for when Arizel wakes up. Mavis, Syndra, what are you going to be doing while we're at least investigating some fun times with ocean races?
Not entirely sure.
Well, while you figure out all that, maybe get some things on. I'll be heading out with Tyrion and hopefully not breaking. Oh, someone threw dice.
I rolled a 4.
All right, come on, Tyrion, let's go and grab your chicken as well. I still
Oh,
don't know what she likes to eat, by the way. What's up?
I did forget to ask. Moogle, can you hear noise from the inside the tiny hut?
Yes? I think you could hear everything normally. They just can't. It doesn't inverse.
Just a
Okay.
moment.
I don't know.
I forgot.
Yeah,
I thought
I no, I think Mariner's right actually.
because that's what like makes it so special is you could look out and hear out, but they can't hear in. I guess, but again, it's been a while since.
No, all other creatures and objects are barred from passing. It doesn't say anything about sound.
Okay,
Yeah,
so you
the
all
way
do
I've
hear.
always played it is the only thing that's really screwed by is counterspell, which is just outside of its range, and some other things, and
Hmm.
dispel magic. But otherwise, basically, it's just a black dome that you can kind of just control the inside of. But yeah, my understanding is things. It doesn't really block sound itself.
Hmm.
That's actually weird that it doesn't.
But
I guess I guess technically if you want to go on that weird thing because of how voice spells work, then technically it would. But that gets into
But
some really weird raw things.
I think the way it is it's basically a layer of anti-magic with
all right, that's fine.
opaque things. The way I always kind of viewed it.
No worries. So anyway, uh, everyone but Mavis, because Mavis has really high pass perception. You may all roll me a perception check.
God bless my 19 still being crazy.
Oh, so you don't have to roll it either.
Okay, good. I don't want to.
And anyone that has a pass perception of 15 below.
I have an 11.
I'm
You
at
better.
15.
All right, so you all hear a loud noise downstairs of doors opening. Also, Mavis, the ferret, pause you for a brief moment,
I'm about to get into some shit, huh?
and it books it full speed.
Oh, probably those people we pissed off last night. Tyrion is gonna
No,
follow the ferret.
well, if we're going to have a buff, at least it'll be fine.
Good. I'm bored.
We were talking for 5 hours.
I'm hungry. I missed breakfast, and I'm a little irritated about it. I've been up for
Yeah, I'm
hours. I haven't eaten.
I'm hungry too. But
Might as well get something.
Come on, morning workout.
Okay, I mean, yeah, I was gonna just move all you guys together.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
No worries. Just this objects and layers. go here. Where is Tyrannin? There's Tyrannin. Arizel's still sleeping like a rock. But
Tiefling.
yes. So anyway, all you guys that are arriving in, you see the doors swing wide open, and you do see two familiar faces, or rather, one familiar face and the other faces being dragged in.
Oh, you've got to be shitting me.
Dude, like got his swords out and he's just like, ah, shit. Puts them away.
And you also see her dragging along a very wet, a very waterlogged Shanti.
Puts the swords away, but still goes running up. Brother!
Ooh, there's some water coming out of his mouth still. As Zola looking around, is like, she sees all of you, but she holds up a finger of one moment and she's looking around. And what is? Oh man, this is getting at that time too.
Yeah, I feel it.
We're almost done. We're almost done. But you go shouting out, Sandra, Sandra dear, are you there? Oh wait. Which very quickly the girl comes in, attempts to hug, but Jondi is on the ground, pretty much been dragged as his
Oh my god.
as he rolls to his back. There's some water coming out. Oof. Oh, I see that you're doing well. All healthy there, Sandra. One moment. I think that was a fish in my lung. Ah. Hurry up. Hurry up. Get up, my dear.
I hate it when that happens.
I believe the people that you owe much thanks to, as I do, are waiting. Holds up John D holds up a finger. One moment. I just got back to land after being pulled through all the water streams. Okay. And of course, now that he's standing up, you see that his beard is just soaked.
Oh no.
Ah, Sandra. I see you're well and good. Kind of checks on her. Walks around. It's pretty obvious he is making sure that she is in perfect health. Then he kind of calls over, Zola, my dear, would you mind watching over Sandra? I need to finish business here. Which, of course, little girl goes, hangs out with mermaid, future mom.
God.
And Jean D walks to all of you, and Syndra and Tyrannin. At her, you can clearly see that there's these. His eyes are pretty much black, or like there's these black raccoon rings under his eyes. Yes. My wife came, picked me up, and quite literally picked me up and swam me through the water currents, the ocean currents. And he kind of opens up his robe, and you see there's a chain box, and he presents it back to Syndra. My thing. And the item of the exchange, your blade, as well as the compass. Well, a gift.
Cinder pulls out the bottle or the alchemy jug, as it is supposed to be. Thank you, John.
Aye. Zola, take your jug, please. I'm Yes, dear. You can just lie down on this floor here. As he just flump. Oh man. He did not do well with his constitution saving throw.
Here it is, on the floor. I forgot about that.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Johnny is
permit
currently
me
unconscious. But she takes the alchemy jug. And I'm just gonna roll this.
Oh no.
Nice.
She's gonna spray mayo everywhere.
No. She shakes a little bit, looks over to all of you. Well, as well as part of my own thank you to you and yours, I can probably provide some tattoos and perhaps other marketable services when my husband finally regains his footing. Also, a thank you for watching over my future adopted daughter.
I apologize for any problems and stress she had. She had
Oh,
already
John.
been taken by them by the time we had arrived.
Hmm. You didn't leave that many of them alive, did you?
We have a few prisoners.
We killed
Oh,
as many
goody.
of
I
them
can
as
speak
we
with them later then.
Honestly, it was a fucking bloodbath.
I had a great time.
Very well, we had just arrived here less than. Well, we came straight here since we saw most of the people gathered. So. Well. I suppose my husband does deserve a moment's respite. Right. Now she uses her tail to very gently lift him up or leverage him, and then with her free hand just grabs him by the scruff of his robe and holds him over to basically carry him shoulder over the shoulder manner style. Alright. If there is a open rooms here, we shall take one room. But for now, I shall find some accommodations to place my husband and then make sure that my dear child here are fine, fit, and that one sounds like he needs food as she points to Binge, who is just lumbering.
Boy.
We had a morning meeting that ran long.
Pretty
I
sure it's
see.
already lunchtime.
Very well, and she makes us roll something for Zola, because of all people, she is the least delicate of handling people.
You gotta fucking throw her husband fucking through the rafters.
He'll survive.
I know he will, but it'll still be funny to watch.
I'm just gonna roll her her wisdom.
That man is just a living muscle.
Yeah, she's just going to simply slam him onto the table.
Oh my god.
There, he can rest fine right there and dry while he's at it.
You fucking just fucking suplex him onto the table?
Yeah, I forgot the exact name of the throw, but since he was already hanging over her back, she just put her other hand and just boom. So he's actually stomach first. And here she goes, alright, with my alchemy jar, I should have plenty of possible ingredients. Thunder, dear, just watch over your father, and I will be helping with the kitchen. And while she's moving there, everybody else, or at least other dwarves and customers, are just open mouthed aghast of seeing a mermaid with a dwarf, slams dwarf onto table, calls dwarf husband, and then just kind of, well, I guess as a mermaid with a somewhat snake-like bottom part as well, is now moving her way to the kitchen.
You know, at this point, I think I would have preferred the drugs. Just starts walking out.
Yep. Time for breakfast. Lunch.
Brunch? Who the fuck even knows?
Yeah, I call brunch. I'm hungry.
First feeding.
And as the time is beginning for the opening of early morning, well, actually no, early afternoon is what we should say. We'll call the session at an end. Thank you, everyone. This is Miser Mark. You can find myself on the social medias of Twitch and YouTube with Miser Mark 2010. You can also find stuff that I'm part of or have collaborated in either Transpace Mariner or Jeeves Adingus in their Twitch and YouTube accounts respectively. It's great to be back as actually what I should say is congratulations again to Jeeves and Mavis, everyone. Thank you. And I'll just head over to Jeeves Adingus.
I'm Jeebus the Dingus on Twitter and YouTube. You can find me in those places. I do technically have a Twitch channel, but I've kind of stopped using it for now and focus mainly on just the YouTube because it makes my life simple, which is what I need. So, definitely naming this one "Putting Together the Pieces," and I will throw it over to Mariner.
Hello, I am Mariner. I do things. You can find me on DM Mariner on Twitter, Transpace Mariner on Twitch, and yeah, I'm finally back after hiatus, and I will have a session this Tuesday. I don't know if it will be as mentally stimulating as much as this much made my the head blow up, but it'll be something because it's good to at least be back, and we get to go to Fantasy Las Vegas and all that, so that'll be fun. And yeah, I guess I'll throw it over to Moogle.
Hi, I'm Goth Moogle, and the usual about my commission stuff. I don't really have much to say tonight.
Uh-oh.
Left it all on the table, literally.
Yeah, brain, conspiracy, fun. Trying to 4D chess miser here.
All
I
right.
think we already 5D'd it.
I think
Yeah.
okay. Mavis, anything or you're good?
I'm good.
All right. So thank you again, everyone. Hope you all enjoy this RP heavy conspiracy situation. Otherwise, you all have a good night.